Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Can you see by the blood in the streets that this place doesn't smile on you, colored child, whose blood built this land with sweat and bare hands. But you'll die in this place, and your memory erased. Oh, say, does this truth hold any weight? This is not the land of the free, but the home of the slave.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you hit that like and share button as well as the hype button if you're catching this on the replay so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as clicking the other link in the description, joining the Telegram group so that we can help circumvent the whole shadow banning that PewTube does with the new black media. With that being said, family, I must welcome you all back to another Sunday service. This was supposed to be done yesterday. However, you know, there were some issues with the internet that I could not control. And so because I don't have a portable system, my whole system is hardwired. I had to wait until today, but we're good. We're here today and we're going to get this done. So before we get started, let me go ahead and send out a happy birthday to my dad. His birthday was actually July 3rd. And I want to give him a big B1 salute and a happy birthday, Pops. Love you. Thank you for everything you do. Without you, there's no me. Now, let me also send a B1 salute to all the foundational Black Americans out in New York. Because today, January 5th, is actually a Jubilee Day for them. You know, after the abolishment of slavery in New York, several folks who wanted to celebrate the 4th of July couldn't celebrate the 4th of July because of the, you know, drunken, ignorant bastards of the time. And so they ended up coming to the conclusion that, hey, maybe we shouldn't celebrate the hypocrisy of America Anyway, maybe we should celebrate our freedom on the 5th. And so, on July 5th, 1827, Black communities deliberately marched in the street, which would be one of the first parades that they would have for the day. So I want to give a B1 salute to all the foundational Black Americans out there in New York for your Jubilee Day. I hope you're still celebrating. And July 5th is actually a very significant, not just because of that Jubilee Day, because it was also, I think it was 1852 when Frederick Douglass did his famous or most popular address, What is the Slave? What is the 4th of July to us? What is the slave? Excuse me. I am tripping all kind of out. I'm tired, family. Just bear with me. What to the slave is the 4th of July? I believe that was in 1852, but that was January 5th as well. So January 5th holds a significant weight as well in our community for our ancestors. I just want to give a B1 salute to all of y'all out there. Now, I want to answer a question. But before we do, because I'm probably going to go a million miles an hour, let me go ahead and scroll up and give my B1 salutes and shaloms. Let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Angelic in the building, as well as our brother Jesse Paris, our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building, our sister Priscilla Taylor, our sister Andrea Jones in the building. And thank you, my sister, for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior sister. A B1 salute to Mrs. TT in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as well, my warrior sister. Love FBA lineage. We stand on business, and that is indeed what we do, and that's indeed why America is America. But we're going to talk about that in a hot second, family. Shout out, shout out, shout out. A B1 salute to 13 Mike Travels in the building. Our sister Patricia A. Jones in the building. Myself is in the building. I had some technical issues, so I wanted to let the family know, you know what I mean? Please excuse me. You dig me? I had to go and search for my new microphone connection because the mic wasn't getting good feed. I was hearing static, so I wanted to make sure everybody, you know what I'm saying, could hear me loud and clear. So shout out to y'all for granting me that little bit of time. Shout out to our sister Bad 72 in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as Renaissance Woman in the building. Much love. Ken Youngland in the building. Our good brother Gary Williams in the building. Much love to you. What's up with you, my warrior brother, dedicated to Dr. Williams. Blessings, brother Church, and my amazingly excellent FBA family. What's up? Shout out to you, my brother. B1 salute to Only Pamela's Way in the building. Shout out to you, my sister. Thank you for being here, as well as Brenda Thomas in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our good brother, Mr. A.O. is in the building. Shout out to you and Virginia. I heard that Virginia's is for lovers. And then my cousin told me it's also for fighters. So, you know, y'all got a nice balance out there. Shout out to my warrior brother. A B1 salute to Ella Steen in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our good brother Reparations Nation is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Our good brother Jesse Paris, I shout out to you again. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Cooking with Miss D is in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, my warrior sister, as well as our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my warrior brother. A. Jones is in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. Much love to you. And shout out to our good brother Antithesis for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. Make sure you got everybody. Our brother 400 PV in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our sister Yaya Israel in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Wanna make sure. Our sister Mrs. C. Phillips Davis in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. The black man named Preston, sorry, the black man called Preston in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And shout out to everybody for the birthday wishes. I'm sure my dad is appreciative of them. Shout out to our good brother John Son in the building, as well as our good brother Dale in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Lunch Eyes in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Damian Robinson in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. And a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for your super chat, your donation. Excuse me, your Cash App, your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother, as well as our good brother, Black RU. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold as well, my warrior brother. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Now, I want to answer this question because there's a lot of folks who's been running around posing the question, should foundational Black Americans support and or celebrate the 4th of July? And I'm not going to give you some long, drawn out diatribe or anything like that. I'm just going to speak some facts. If we're not celebrating the 4th of July, and I'm not saying that you have to, I'm just saying, if not us, then nobody should be celebrating the 4th of July. It's that simple. If not us, then nobody should be celebrating the 4th of July. Because the fact of the matter is, the 4th of July wouldn't even be possible without us. It's that simple, family. Shout out to Pink Blue in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as Jamal. Much love to you and thank you for being here. It's that simple as that plain, family. I ain't even got to go through all the things we've done in this country. I ain't even got to go through all the things we invented to make this country what it is. I ain't even got to go through all the laws we fought for in this country to make it what it is today, to make it the most powerful nation, to make it the most welcoming nation, to make it the most opening nation around the globe, the top nation around the globe, the number one when it comes to any and everything around the globe. Family, it wouldn't be possible without us. That's it. That's all. They were celebrating an independence that they snatched back away from the people who joined the fight to help them get independence. So yeah, we can criticize America all damn day. That's our role. That's what we've always been, and that's what we are meant to be. We're meant to be the Americans, not just in name alone, but by blood, by sweat, and by tears. We're meant to be the American that criticizes the America that does not treat America like it loves America. We've been the only people to love this land unconditionally, no matter what the white supremacists of this land tried to do to us. You've never seen a black turncoat. You've never seen an FBA turncoat. You've never seen an FBA spy. You've never seen an FBA commit high treason. But yet you see that in every other group that's here in America. We've seen people, whether they're from China or Mexico, get arrested for spreading government secrets. We've seen it. We've seen white people get arrested for selling government secrets. Hell, I just did a video drop not too long ago of one of those Nabisco women who left the army, went over there and joined one of those Muslim nations in Iran or somewhere around there and start giving up the secrets. You've never seen that from FBAs. And that's because no matter what the white supremacists of this country do, because guess what? There's white supremacists all around the globe. The world lives under the system of white supremacy. That doesn't mean that this is their country. No. Let's not let these people confuse you, family. This is our country because we're the only ones that actually stand 10 toes when it comes to this damn country. Everybody else will switch up at the drop of a damn hat, including the Nabiscos. So, my point to you all is this. Whether or not you choose to celebrate the 4th of July matters not to me. That's your personal right and your personal decision. Either way, you FBA, and I love you for it. But regardless of whether you choose to celebrate the 4th of July, just know you are the 4th of July. Because there would be no 4th of July without you. Now, to all the naysayers who say we shouldn't be celebrating the 4th of July, here is my reply to you. I don't give a damn what you think. You think I give a damn about some person who fled where they came from, who had to come to the comfortability of the land in which we had to make better, has to say about what I should be doing? If you think that I should, then I got a musty bridge to sell you in the land of Wakanda. And I'll sell it to you for a penny on a dollar. If you had to come to a country that gave you freedoms, and it was all because of the group that you despise so much in the country, I think you need to shut your damn mouth when it comes down to our business. It's that simple. This is our country, whether you like it or not. Whether the Nabisco like it or not. This is our land. And contrary to what the song says, this land was not made for you and me. This land is not your land. This land is my land. Let me be very clear when I say that. You are a citizen. I am an American. You better get yourself together. I am the truest, corest form of America. Foundational Black Americans are the truest form of an America, of an American, because there would not be no USA without FBA. Shout out to our good brother, Black Alpha. So if you think that we should care, that's what you get for thinking. All of your thinking that you've been doing hasn't been working out so well. Now, has it? You thought that Donald Trump was going to come after us if y'all voted for him. You thought that we could be deported. You thought that we were next. How is all of that thinking working out for you? You thought we were African. You thought you can cosplay as us and undermine us, and thought that we was not going to show up and show out and kick you right up out of our house. You thought wrong. So let's be very clear. This is America. And more specifically, before any America, this is Black America. Foundational Black America. Get used to it or get lost. That simple. That plain. Now, before we move on to the rest of the broadcast, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute to our good brother John's son for being a member for 10 months strong. Much love to you, my warrior brother, and thank you for all of your contributions. It means the world. May they return to you tenfold. Make sure our babies understand that especially. Absolutely, my warrior brother. Like I said, please make sure you're sharing this out so it can get to the ears that need to hear, because apparently there's a lot of ears that need to hear that. Family, I must have been speaking that heat that nobody needed to hear or nobody wanted to hear, because God dang it, somebody just wished upon a star and I just had a full-blown power outage, and just for it to come right back on. Family, woo! I guess they didn't like that so much. Let me see. Oh, wow. Yes. I'm going to have to go back and reset this up. Before I do, let me go ahead and give a B1 salute. And shalom, the FBA Justice. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother or sister. The only people that force this country to have any civility. What the hell? Oh, of course, that's popping up. Sorry, I had something pop up in front of my screen. When you restart my computer, all the different programs that usually are on pops right back up. Give me a hot second. The only people that force this country to have any civility is the foundational Black Americans. This is all ours. See a shining sea. Our ancestors made sure of that. And you are absolutely correct. And I salute you, family, once again. Thank you kindly. Now, yeah, they really, really didn't like that for some reason. They did not like what I had to say whatsoever. But that's okay. That's all right. You know, sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes the truth hurts. But it isn't going to stop none of us from telling it. We're the only ones doing so. Everybody else has a agenda behind it. Everybody else has something that they want to push in the interest of themselves when, quote unquote, speaking truth. And usually it's never true. But it's all right, family. I want to go here because whether you celebrate or not, the ancestors was doing glorious things yesterday. You know, Trump had his 250 celebration for the United States of America. And the interesting thing about his celebration, the most hilarious thing about the whole situation, for me, at least for me, was that the sun was beaming down like a mother lover on them Nabiscos. So much so that the sun forced them all to take shelter. And you know where the sun forced them all to take shelter, family? It is hilarious where they had to go to take shelter. Can anybody take a guess where they was forced to retreat from the sun out there in Washington, D.C. during this celebration? I'm going to give you all a hot second while I'm setting this up to take a guess. Give me 1 second, family. And while I do that, I'll play a little bit of jams, just one jam real quick while I do that in the background. All right, family. So, shout out to Jamal. He got this real quick. The Black History Museum. These people had to flee from the sun, from our friend the sun. Our friend the sun made them flee into a place they really didn't want to be. The Black History Museum, about you and me. Let's go here, family. I love it. You got to love it.
Apparently, for the 250th anniversary celebration in DC that Trump had, the people had to get evacuated because of the weather, extreme heat. Yeah, they had to get evacuated because the weather and the storms.
Freedom 250 got shut down again. They're starting to lightning on the way, and they're trying to get everybody cleared out of here as quick as possible.
And the place that they evacuated them to was the African American Museum. Boo.
All right, well, they opened up the African American Museum for us. They opened up the African American Museum for us, so we're all standing in that shelter.
That is so ironic. Not ironic. I would say it's poetic. It's actually poetic to circle back to 250th anniversary. Same thing the nation did at the beginning, which was run to get Black people to help y'all with all your shit for free. Y'all had to once again run to the African American Museum to seek shelter from the heat. And at the end of the day, I don't think you guys will put two and two together yet as you continuously scream about Black fatigue. That the actual fatigue was the heat today. It was the heat, wasn't it? From Sunny, you had to run into the African American Museum. Once again, running to Black people for help. It is actually so poetic to see that with all the fatigue that they screaming Black fatigue, Black fatigue, Black fatigue, when the real fatigue hit them from Sunny, they run into Black people once again like they did at the beginning. Y'all have a good day. So
shout out to Breezy Fox. Shout out to that sister. And shout out to the sun. Oh, them folks. Them knuckle draggers, them sun dodgers, they could not deal. The Nabisco was out of there crumbling. You know, usually they leave crumbs anyway. But they was dropping crumbs all over the place to get away from that sun. And like she said, it is poetic. It is poetic that it was the African History Museum that they had to run into. Oh, God. Somebody said the ancestors was trolling. And if that wasn't the best troll I've seen in a long time, oh, man, I got to give a salute. B1 salute to the ancestors on that one. That right there. Mwah, that's a chef's kiss, to be honest with you. A B1 salute to our sister Val Hawkins in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Much love to you. And a B1 salute to our good sister Faith Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always as well, my warrior sister. Yes, family. Family, if that wasn't the best troll in the world thus far, that was family, that right there. If I could put that on a Hallmark card and send it around the United States, I would. I promise you I would. Now, I do want to talk about the African American Museum. I do want to talk about that, though. I want to talk about that because there's a situation that we must discuss. And I have a call to action for the family. Let's go here. This British African came over here to the United States and went to the African American Museum. Now, there's nothing wrong with that on its surface. I have more of an issue with what was found at this museum. Shout out to that one brother in the building. Much love to you, and shout out to the town. You already know. And shout out to our sister Opal Ivy in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister. Thank you for being here. Now, let's go ahead and she got a flat hat on, brother. That I think she made that with her flapjacks this morning, to be honest with you. But let's go here because I want to show you the problem that I have with the African American Museum.
African Americans are the best people on this planet, so I'm so excited to be visiting the National Museum of African Americans in DC, Washington. First thing I saw all these bleaching products. That just shows you how colorism is deeply rooted in our culture. It's crazy how when African Americans were fighting for their own civil rights, the US government were trying to make them fight in the Vietnam War and risk their lives abroad, even though they were constantly risking their lives just by being in America and being black. One thing moving around this museum taught me is that African Americans have really suffered. To be honest, all Africans have really suffered. But the fact that they were put in this foreign land and had to literally fight to be considered human beings, and I guess are still fighting to this day, is absolutely crazy. But one good thing about the museum is it showed how much African Americans have excelled over the years. And even though they were faced with such adversity, they still triumphed and are probably one of the most successful people, in my opinion, in the world. Anybody else know that Muhammad Ali was a freedom fighter as well? They usually had this whole section out for There were statues of famous Olympians that really made a mark and a significant impact, especially during the early years. And of course, our queens, Venus and Serena Williams. On display were so many contemporary art pieces. African Americans are beautiful, so talented and so resilient. This is my overall rating. The National Museum of African Americans, DC, Washington was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed myself.
Now, family, I let that play all the way through. And now we're going to go back and I'm going to give my commentary on this particular part here. Now, I'm not too concerned that she was saying all Africans and she tried to Africanize us. I already know she's going to try to do that because she's an African Brit. However, I do have a problem here.
African Americans are the best people on this planet, so I'm so excited to be visiting the National Museum of African Americans in DC, Washington. First thing I saw all these bleaching products.
Why are there a bunch of bleaching products at the African American Museum? Can anybody answer that? Why are there a bunch of damn bleaching products? As you can see, a couple of them here from Africa. This is Donde. I think that's Caribbean's crap. Why are all these bleaching products at the African American Museum when bleaching our skin has never been an African American thing? That's not a part of our culture. It's never been a part of our culture. That's some Caribbean stuff. That is some African stuff, but it is not foundational Black American stuff at all. We're the culture that made the world know what it means to be proud of being Black. We've always put our Blackness on the forefront and celebrated it. Why in the hell are there bleaching products at the African American Museum? Here's the thing. If you're trying to merge, and I need this to be very clear. If you're trying to merge African history with foundational Black American history, just go ahead and remove all the foundational Black American contributions out of that damn museum and put all those African contributions that you guys claim to have in that museum. Do not mix their bullshit with our greatness. That is disrespectful. It's very damn disrespectful. And I'm with you, Miss Nisi. That was deliberately done. And that was the main reason I wanted to bring this here today. So, my call to action. Tomorrow's Monday. I would like as many people as possible. Let me go ahead and pull up this site here. Give me 1 second, family. I would like as many people as possible to contact the Smithsonian African American Museum. I just put the link in the chat and I pinned it. I will also be putting it into the description after we're done here. But I want everybody, as many people as possible, to contact them and ask them why the hell are they putting skin bleaching products into a museum that has nothing to do with that type of culture. And I want to show you now. Here's some of the. One second here. What happened to that page? There we go. All right. This is the council, leadership council here. Let's see. Where is that page I was on? Because it didn't let me go back. All right. So yeah, we're going to need to get in contact with these curators. And since they say the best way to contact them is by the website, we're going to need to contact each and every one of these mother lovers. So the contact is right up here. Excuse me, connect, contact. And then it'll take you to this page here where you can add them on Twitter. You can hit them on Facebook. You can hit them on Instagram, or you can hit them on YouTube. You can call them on the phone. We can see if they got an email. Boom. You can email them. We need to be on their heads about this. Because like I said, we're the people that invented being proud of Blackness. That's it. That's all. So I did want to bring that to you all's attention. Like I said, the link is in the description. Might as well petition for a name change as well. Delineation across the board. Hey, I'm with that too. I'm with that too. Let's get on their heads about that name. African American, and y'all trying to put some African skin bleaching cream in there as if that was a part of that ain't never been a part of our culture. And then the young lady goes on next to say, oh, that just shows how colorism plays a major factor in all Black people's. Listen to this.
That just shows you how colorism is deeply rooted in our culture. It's crazy.
Notice how she said our culture. You're not from America. You're African who lives in Britain. You're British. You're African British. Or you're an African cosplaying as a British. Regardless, you are African. That colorism stuff is deeply enrooted in Africa. That's why y'all have skin bleaching. That's why you do skin bleaching, because you hate the color of your skin. You want to be like the Nabisco. So you get your little ashy knuckles together. You rub the little cream on your hands, but it never really get in between the knuckles. So you got dark knuckles and your hands are all light and your face is all light and your chest is all light, but it's unhealthy white. Like, that's y'all. And even the people who's done it in this country wasn't freaking a part of foundational Black Americans. There was people who were Afro-Caribbean or just Caribbean, because Afro is our word. For those who don't know, Afro is our word. It just means to grow towards the sun. That is it. It does not mean Afro can. No, Afro means to grow upward or towards the sun, which our hair naturally do. So yeah, Afro is our word. But if you want to say anybody, Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa isn't a foundational Black American, but he was here in America. And he was skin bleaching. Give me 1 second, family. Shout out to our good brother, Black Truth United.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Shout out to Opal Ivy. Never in my entire life ever seen, ever worn, or ever bought any damn bleaching cream. I actually never seen it before in any stores. That's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. Take a drink of this water, excuse me. I've never seen a foundational Black American bleaching. I've heard of bleaching and I always thought it was a myth. Even with Michael Jackson, when people were saying he bleaches his skin, I was like, that's bullcrap. That's a myth. I knew he has vitiligo and I knew he went through a surgery in order to kind of balance out his pigments. But I didn't know that there were actually cream that would actually turn you into dark knuckles. I didn't know that until a few years ago when I started seeing the box circling the web with the ashy knuckles. I was like, what the hell is this? It's real? This is really happening? Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi. My opinion only, bleaching your skin is an abomination against the Most High. Like you're implying, yeah, you made a mistake, and you are absolutely correct. And not only that, anybody who study alchemy or the occult will understand what I'm about to say. Your melanin is entangled with your pineal glands. And what that means is that melanin is actually the seat of the soul. The seat of the spirit is the heart. And that's why you don't have to have any logical thinking when you're riled up or when you're upset or when you can't control yourself. It is your spirit pushing your emotion. And that's why the heart is the seat of the spirit. But empathy and all that good junk, that comes from your soul. And that comes from wherever your melanin sits. And since, whether people understand it or not, melanin and your pineal is connected, because people say the pineal is the seat of the soul. No, it isn't the fact that the pineal is the seat of the soul. It's the fact that the pineal is heavily connected to your melanin. And since melanin is the seat of the soul, then the pineal gets that grace by proximity. So anybody who's bleaching their skin, quite literally, is becoming less and less of a creation of the Most High. Let me say that again for the people in the back of the classroom. Some people leaving, they don't like that. Well, I hate that you don't like it, but it is the truth. Go and do your own studies and come to the conclusion I came to. Melanin is the seat of the soul. That's why we are the most empathetic people around the globe. That's why we wanted to help all Black people around the globe. If y'all remember, that was our core mission. We want to eliminate white supremacy globally. And we want all people around the globe with melanated skin to thrive in their own homelands globally without, any type of intermission from the Nabisco. That was the goal. But instead of understanding the actual power that they have, they would rather worship the people that don't have what they have. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to show this today. Because they're not like us. And they can never be like us. The second that you put it in your head that you want to be like that Nabisco, oh, you don't even have to lose your melanin to lose that soul. This is where the term comes from, where they say, you sold your soul. That didn't come from the Nabiscos, that came from us. Whenever Black folks was willing to do business with the Nabisco over his own people, whenever that Black folk was willing to uplift the Nabisco just to get a little dollars and cents in their music, where they sell out their community, that's where that term comes from. You sold your soul. You've never heard a Nabisco tell another Nabisco they sold their souls. At least not in the literal sense. These people think that the soul is tied to their spirit. It is not. The ka and the ba are two different things. The spirit and the soul are two different entities within an entity. But that soul, as you all see, does not rest with anybody outside of us. You can look around all around the globe. Melanated people have always been, whenever they're always peaceful all around the globe until they're not. Shout out Signal Island. But yes, it is definitely a 100% abomination against the Most High and the creation, the art that the Most High made to be on this planet. Every living being is an art piece created by the hands of the Most High. And if you change that art piece, is it really an original anymore? If I go buy a painting from, I don't know, Leonardo da Vinci, and it's a very rare painting, nobody else have this painting that I have from Leonardo da Vinci. If I choose to change the color of the figure in that painting, or to change just anything in that painting, if I decide to put a little cat in the background, or I decide to put a doom buggy over there in the corner of the picture, is that still a Leonardo da Vinci original? The answer to that would be yes. It was created originally by Leonardo da Vinci, but no, it's no longer a Leonardo da Vinci original because it's tainted. You've tainted that original. Very much so. Shout out to our good brother Ayo. A perfect example. The Black Madonna. And I'm not talking about that white girl who dated Tupac for a little bit. No, we're talking about the Madonna, the mother and the child, the black mother and the black child that these Christians really hate to bring up, don't you know? Everybody's so Christian until you start talking about the black mother and child, the black Yeshua. Oh, what does it matter when, God, what does it matter what color God is? What does it matter what color Jesus is? Oh, that's because you hate the facts. You hate the truth. You don't like the original painting of the Leonardo da Vinci that he had there. You like the corrupted painting of the Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, got you. It all matters. I would never, if I had to die and come back again, I'd be blacker than what I am today. And that's the difference between us and everybody else. No matter what the hell we've been through in this country, no matter what the hell this country tried to do, if anybody here today, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, had to come back as anything other than FBA, would you do it? I'm willing to bet you wouldn't. I know damn sure, well, I wouldn't. We love who we are. And everybody else loves who we are too. That's why we are who they want to be. That's why they get into our communities and start cosplaying like us. It's not just the fact that they're trying to blend in. That's why they steal all of our music genres whenever they get a chance and put a little beat here, a little bongo there, and then call it their own type of music. Let's be very clear about this, family. So why in the hell would I want to take that away? The Most High made me exactly who I am supposed to be. And that goes for all FBAs. We are exactly who we're meant to be. But really, that goes for the rest of the world too. They are who they're meant to be as well. All praise to the Most High. Can the church get amen? Shout out to AO. Amen. Now, I want to go here and give a B1 salute to our sister Teresa Amin, because she came out and did a video the other day, and I'm pretty sure you all saw it, where she was explaining how we're not African Americans. And apparently, some people didn't like that. Apparently, some people tried to come after the sister in her comment sections. But I got to give our sister a B1 salute for standing on business and doubling down on it. Let's go here.
So I posted a video about how Black people should stop calling themselves African American, and the comments went crazy. But the one thing I kept saying over and over was people saying, but everything comes from Africa. Let's actually talk about that, because that all sounds real kumbaya on the surface. But the second you follow it all the way through, it falls apart. So no matter what side you're on, stay with me, because what I'm about to tell you will blow your mind. Let's use a little uncommon common sense. If everything comes from Africa, then even white people are African, right? I mean, if we're tracing all of humanity back to the continent of Africa, then every single person on this earth could be called African.
Now I got to stop there, family. I got to stop there for a second. The reason why is because that's something I've been saying for over 3 years now. When they started saying you're African because everybody comes from Africa. Well, if everybody comes from Africa, if the origins of everyone is African, then the Nabisco is African. Why aren't you going to the Nabisco saying you are not American, you're African? Why are you not going to the Jamaicans and saying you're not Jamaican, you're African? Why are you not going to the Asians in Asia and say, hey, you're not Asian, you're African? Why not go to Russia and tell the Russians, hey, you're not Russian, you're African? Why not go insert anywhere you want to insert, or whatever you want to insert here, and go tell them you're not whatever you are, insert there, you're Africans? I've been making this point, and that's been my core argument for the longest. It doesn't make any sense. If everyone is African due to the fact that Africa is the cradle of life, then everyone is African. Don't selectively try to tell me who is and who isn't, because that just goes to show that you're trying to con me. Con artists try to tell me what is and what isn't when you can see it with your own damn eyes. That's con artist crap. And we don't rock with con artists. You could ask Marcus Garvey how well that played out. But let's let it continue.
Your white neighbor, African. The current president of France, African. The people who now live in Rome, African. The people who built the pyramids, they were actually African. But you see the problem? Nobody's walking around calling white Europeans Africans just because early humans migrated out of Africa 100,000 years ago. So why does that argument only show up when we, foundational Black Americans, say that we belong here in America instead of over in Africa? Let me be fair. Maybe people don't mean it literally for everybody. Maybe they just mean Black people came from Africa, so that's their real home. Let's follow that logic all the way. So a person is born in Nairobi, grew up in Nairobi, their parents are from Nairobi, the whole family built a life there, they speak Swahili, and now they moved to Atlanta, Georgia. Are they American now? Do they get to claim America? Or does their identity have to be earned through generations of history, culture, community, and contribution? You see, identity is not about where humanity started. It's about genetics and lineage. It's about where your people went and what they built when they got there. Europeans ended up in Europe and adapted there. And after thousands of years, we call them Europeans, not African. Even though, by your logic, their ancestors came from Africa too. Some Africans stayed on the continent. They built civilizations there, empires, cultures, and kingdoms, and we called them Africans. That makes sense. Others left and populated the world. Now, foundational Black Americans, even after everything we've endured, stayed here in America. We built here, invented here, cleared the lands for national parks. We fought in every war for this country and created art, music, food, style, and language that had become the backbone of what America is today. For even more evidence, America as a country is 250 years old, and chattel slavery went on for 246 years in this country. And if slavery was abolished in 1865, that's at least an extra 160 years that indigenous Black Americans were here building this country before it was even called America. So what do we call people who came to a place and built it from the ground up? We usually put an N at the end of the country name. Africa, African. America, American. We are Americans, foundational Black Americans. But this next part is really what got to me as I was thinking about this. But before I tell you, if you like what you're learning, go ahead and like the video and follow if you want to see more posts like this. Because people in my comments are telling us we're not American. Meanwhile, there are white people right now in South Africa, born and raised there, 1 or 2 generations from a family that permanently relocated there. And they call themselves Africans. Nobody argues with them. Nobody shows up in their comments with a history lesson about migration. Nobody says, but your great-grandparents came from Amsterdam. They're just African because that's where their parents settled and built their home. Why does that logic work for them, but not for us? Why can white South Africans claim Africa through 1 or 2 generations of building there? But we, foundational Black Americans, can't claim America after the generations of literal lineage, blood, sweat, and sacrifice we put into the soil, because his story is not necessarily accurate. Most foundational Black Americans were indigenous free men before chattel slavery, and others became freed men after slavery ended. That's part of what makes us foundational Black Americans, not African. Drop a comment and tell me, do you think identity is about where humanity began or about what your people actually built over generations?
Family, shout out to our sister Teresa once again. Like I said, you know, the sister's always bringing and dropping heat. That's why they had to remove her segment on foundational Black Americans when it was Black History Month. Yeah, they had to remove that. Yeah, because she was spitting that hot fire. Die-line. And they don't want people knowing about FBA. Much love to her. Now, what she said at the end, though, was most accurate, because we were here before America, before there was ever an American. And I'm not just talking about the Pilgrims. We've been here. The majority of us been here, and the people who were brought over, the little 368,000 that blended in with us, you know, they went through their ethnogenesis, but they'll have their African DNA, and the majority of us won't have any. That's the facts. It just depends on your region and how many people actually blended in, because 368,000 compared to around 4 million. Yeah, that's just a drop in the bucket. So yeah, I want to go here because they're now starting to prove this. Let's go here.
Africa. These were the findings from Ely et al. In 2008. Although they used these were the findings from Ely et al. In 2008. Although they used language to intentionally misrepresent their findings. The study examined mtDNA sequences from 74 samples of the Gullah Geechee, as well as 97 African American samples from the Army. The authors compared the Black American samples to a database constructed of nearly 4,000 mtDNA sequences. These sequences represented every region in the continent of Africa except North Africa, of course. The study found that 38% of the Gullah Geechee samples could not be matched to any sequence in
family. People keep on saying, well, take a DNA. And in this study, they're using the DNA from the Gullahs, and that's one of the groups that people love to claim the most retain their African culture, and you can see the most Africanisms in the Gullah Geechee people. But yet, when taking that DNA and comparing it against the continent, they're not finding any DNA from the continent.
Their African database, and 40% of the African American Army samples could also not be matched to any African sequences in their database. However, what the authors frame as a positive finding for their study is actually the smoking gun. This is very deep in the discussion. Essentially, about 53% of the samples, more than half, match multiple regions in the database. So instead of just matching one single mtDNA sequence, they match several of them. When we're talking about mtDNA, the entire point of analyzing different sequences is that a single mutation creates this new branch. You are tracking a defining set of mutations in order to determine the lineage. Therefore, if the Black American samples are matching multiple different sites, that also means they're not matching the core mutations needed to determine that lineage. So if you're matching multiple, then you are matching none, especially given that different positions, the mutations at different sites, can be found across the globe. The Gullah Geechee are supposed to be the quintessential example of Africans that retain their culture within the United States, yet 91% of that do not match any African lineages. This study is just another case of showing us that these regions in Africa were receivers and not the source. Did you know that 95% of Black Americans cannot be matched to a specific geographic region in Africa?
Shout out to Yaya. Please don't erase us. We are within the Bible to be here for 400 years. My sister, the Bible is interpretation, right? And I want you to understand something, because the Bible tells you this too. A year to the Most High is decades, hundreds of years or whatever, right? I'm not going against what the Bible says. If anything, I'm really enhancing it, because there's been writers, right, who've written about the American Negro and the American Negro in the 1800s being the actual Hebrews, right? And he made sure to make a distinct difference between the Negro and the African. This was in the 1850s something, right? So we've been here. That's one. Two, it's well known, whether people know it or not, that folks left from out of Africa some time ago. Black folks in America has the oldest DNA out of anybody. So, like I said, I'm not going to misinterpret it, but I'm going to say the truth. We know what history versus facts are, right? And when you're reading the Bible, we also know that a lot of things was added into the Bible. Not saying that that was. So interpretation really matters. However, I tell people this all the time. That is my opinion. If you don't agree with it, I understand. You have the right to have your opinion. But at the end of the day, the Most High is the Most High nonetheless. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I'm not erasing nothing. Don't intend to, but we've been here. And we definitely been here longer than any Nabisco been here. Shout out to you. Now, I want to go here because they aired this yesterday and I found it interesting. These folks here did a genealogy study Notice they did a genealogy study. They didn't do a DNA. They did a genealogy study. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to find out if there was any living descendants of any of the slaves who partook in building the White House. And they were able to find someone. But I want to play this clip because it was very interesting to me that they did this yesterday and nobody mentioned reparations whatsoever.
250 and all the people who literally and figuratively built this country. Right now, we can exclusively share a new report from ABC News in a first of its kind collaboration with the 10 Million Names Project, an initiative dedicated to finding the names of the roughly 10 million people who were enslaved in pre and post-colonial America. We set out to find the living descendants of the enslaved people who built the White House. Over nearly 2 years, the talented team at American Ancestors combed through hundreds of records across several states to make this happen, and it's a reveal one family never expected. Every year, millions of people from around the world visit our nation's capital. But there's a hidden history here, especially on Pennsylvania Avenue.
I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves.
Mrs. Obama exposed a fact that's often overlooked, that enslaved people's unpaid labor helped build the White House. Her comment inspired an ambitious question that for America's 250th anniversary, we set out to answer. Could we find the living descendants of the enslaved people who built the White House, an endeavor that's never been accomplished before? The genealogists at American Ancestors in Boston combed through hundreds of records across several states before finding Ashley Swain, a potential living descendant.
Hi, Ashley?
Hi, yes.
And after confirming her family's genealogy,
I'm talking to the right person. That's really great news.
we asked her and her mother, Jackie, to come to Washington, D.C. so we could reveal our incredible discovery.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, Ashley.
Lindsay and her fabulous team, they have uncovered some incredible information about one of your ancestors that is truly first of its kind. And so before we get to that, just hearing that, what's going through your mind?
I just said, oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah. I think for me, it's just excitement, nervousness, you know, all the things. It's just like, how did I get here?
Lindsay, the table is yours.
So I'm going to just share with you, if we all can just pass these down. What we want to do is make connections between each individual. So you'll see Ashley, you're on the bottom here, and then Jackie, your grandfather, Ashley, and your father, Robert Smith.
Now, family, they're not doing the DNA, right? They're literally sitting down with her, going through her genealogy, through her family bloodline. So for all the numbnuts out there talking about just take a DNA, just take a DNA. When they want to tell you the truth, they use something of truth. When they want to tell you a lie, they will use the lie in order to create another lie. Let's continue.
This generation, James Peter Smith and Beatrice Marie Hicks. This is your first great-grandparents. Your second great-grandparents are James Hicks and Fanny Rome. Your third great-grandparents are William Hicks and Sarah E. Ambush. They're from Washington, D.C. And then your fourth great-grandfather and grandmother are Calvert Ambush and Patsy Cried.
At the top, we see Calvert Ambush. Can you please tell us the significance of this gentleman in American history?
Your fourth great-grandfather, Calvert Ambush, was one of the enslaved men who built the White House. One of the most iconic landmarks in America.
Really? Oh my goodness.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness.
Your great-great-great-grandfather helped build
The White House.
The White House.
Wow. I'm a little teary-eyed.
To know that you have an ancestor that
goodness.
has such a significant role in our country's history.
Family, I would have hit him with the, I feel a bit teary-eyed. because they still ain't cut my check. My 3 times removed grandfather built the White House and y'all still ain't cut my check. You on the news, get me an interview with the president so I can figure out when they gonna cut my check. I mean, you're living in a house that my 3 times removed grandfather built, right? Where is my check? I need my check. But I understand everybody ain't me. Let's continue.
Yes.
Is this a first for a genealogical organization to be able to link a living descendant to an enslaved individual like this who worked in the White House?
Yes, this is the first time we've been able to make the connection. It's incredible that the two of you are sitting here with me. I've been looking for you for 2 years.
I want to bring you in on the conversation here.
Yeah.
Just give us the historical context.
We know the original White House begun construction in 1792, but then after the White House was burned in 1814,
Right.
in 1829, President Andrew Jackson had the North Portico built.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we find Calvert Ambush employed.
Oh my goodness.
Calvert Ambush, a name reclaimed, an ancestral family connection restored. We chose the Octagon Museum as the location for the reveal because of its connection to their ancestor story. Professor Vince Brown took us to the basement where the original slave quarters from the 1800s are still intact.
Calvert Ambush's story doesn't end with slavery. He was freed. He was emancipated by another former slave named John Freeman, who was his uncle.
Mm-hmm.
And John Freeman lived in this house when James Madison was president, in this basement.
The bill of sale and deed of trust records show that John Freeman took out a loan for $620 to buy his nephew's freedom.
Yeah. I want you to understand something. Yeah, Trump did mention the slaves being here for 400 years, but I'm going to be very clear with you. The first slaves that they actually took were indigenous people of these Americas. I know I descend from one. The 400, or let's just be generals, let's say the 400,000 people, because it was really 368,000 that was brought in, they blended in as well. That's what the ethnogenesis is. However, I'm Hebrew, and there is documented records that shows when some of these first Nabiscos landed on this land, that the natives of the lands was speaking in Hebrew. This is before the slave trade even started. Some of the people, the navigators that they were bringing, the Moors, was speaking with the native people in Hebrew. So if you're just honing on 400 years, you're lost in the sauce a bit. Hebrews have been here, and the language of the Hebrews have been on this land way longer than the 400 years. Now, the Nabisco will say 400 years because they want everybody to think that we all were brought here. However, that 400 years number, that's just a white supremacist talking point because they want everybody to think that we got here before everybody. And I understand that, you know, there are differences. So we'll talk more on that when I do the important Asians broadcast. We get deeply into the whole situation of the indigenous and the people that was also brought. But let's continue.
And that was a lot of money. That was a lot of money.
Yep.
So when you talk about family, taking care of family,
That's it.
people struggling, right, to better their condition, this is that story.
Oh, wow.
Now, after discovering how their ancestor contributed to its construction, Ashley and Jackie are seeing the White House and its grand north portico for the first time.
It feels unreal. It feels unreal. I think just even looking at it and understanding more of the history behind.
Again, family, for me, I'm a lot different. I don't want to stand and look at a house that my third grandfather removed. You dig what I'm saying? I don't want to look at a house that he built. I want to know when you're going to pay me for him building it. I'm not going to look over it with fond eyes. I want to know when is some actual reparative justice going to come from that place that my grandfather built, that my third grandfather removed built. It is that simple, that plain. She over here getting teary-eyed by looking at a building. Hell, if that's the case, we might as well look at damn near everything in America and get teary-eyed. Because we built damn near everything in America. When I see these things, when I look at the railroad, I'm looking like, damn, when y'all gonna cut the check? When I'm looking at the banking institutions, I'm looking like, damn, when you gonna cut the check? When I'm looking at the insurance companies, I'm like, damn, when are you going to cut the check? So when I look at the White House, I look at the White House in the very same demeanor. Damn, when are you going to cut the damn check? That's it. But that's me. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of you too. When are you going to cut the check for all these great things that we see here in America? And all the great things that you don't see, but you benefit from. I'm just saying.
Ashley and Jackie are seeing the White House and its grand north portico for the first time.
It feels unreal. It feels unreal. I think just even looking at it and understanding more of the history behind it.
I feel it right now. I got the chills. I won't walk past it again either without stopping here thinking about him.
Family, I just thought that was interesting that they was out there fawning over the White House. I'm like, yeah, okay, just to know your grandfather built it, you should have a little bit more to say about that. That's all I'm saying. And what you have to say should be involving some reparations. That's all I'm going to say on the notion. But family, I want to touch a little bit more on whether or not we should celebrate the 4th of July, because I want to give a B1 salute to Obsidian Glow. Thank you for sending me this. As always, I love all of you guys for the things that you send. You know, I be going through my emails like, damn, y'all really be getting it. But Obsidian sent over a clip from the Freedmen's Journal about the 4th of July. And I'm going to do my best to do this justice. Shout out to Obsidian. Whereas, by a law of this state, passed the 31st of March, 1817, all slaves born between the 4th of July, 1799, and the 31st of March, 1817, shall become free. The males at 28, the females at 25 years, and all slaves born after the 31st of March, 1817, shall be free at 21 years old. And also, all slaves born before the 4th day of July, 1977, shall be free on the 4th day of July, 1827. And whereas an event of auspicious, to the elevation of our people ought to be publicly noticed in a becoming manner. Therefore, resolve that we will celebrate the 4th day of July next as a jubilee day, a jubilee of emancipation from domestic slavery. Resolve that the different religions, congregations of the people of color, I don't know, wow, that right there. See, they started off early and that, they should have stuck with the freedmen. Anyhow, be recommended to have prayers and thanksgivings in their different churches on the morning of the 4th day of July next. And that we also have an oration on that day by a suitable person to be hereafter appointed. Resolve that in order to carry the foregoing resolve into effect, there be appointed a committee of 7 persons to select a suitable person to address us on the 4th of July next, and also to make suitable arrangements for celebrating that day. Resolve that the object of our celebrating the 4th day of July being to express our gratitude for the benefits conferred on us by the honorable legislation of the state of New York. We shall do no act that may have the lowest tendency to disorder. We will therefore abstain from all processes in the public streets on that day. Resolve that the proceedings of this meeting, signed by the chairman and secretary, be published in the Freedom's Journal. W. Hamilton, Chairman, T.L. Jennings, Secretary. So, the 4th of July is actually a Jubilee Day as well. So, when some people say that they're celebrating the 4th and the 5th, because I've heard several people say, I'm celebrating all weekend. This is what they're meaning. Like I said, we've always been proud to be Americans. Doesn't mean we wasn't going to lift our fist to fight America. Let's go here.
You know, I think New Africa, look, I think it's rude, but I'm American. And I'm proud of it because one thing, we as black people have a lot we can be proud of that we contribute to this country that you don't read about in the white history books, you understand? But there's one thing you know for sure, and that's that music, that sweet soul music. Everybody try to imitate us because they know where it's at, they know what's happening. We know they know we got soul, you understand? Even the Beatles started out that way. Can you dig it? You know,
I can dig it. Shout out to that brother. And also, shout out to Coco Webster. Much love to you and thank you for your PayPal donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. But I also want to give a shout out to this sister here. Just Call Me Golden. who makes it very clear how we feel about America.
Also, if you have disdain in your heart and you don't like the fact that Black Americans are the center of most of the systems, institutions, problems, and solutions of America, I really hate to sound so American, but go back to your country then. Because that's just what it is. If you're going to come to somebody's house, you don't get to tell them who their house is going to surround around. Bitch, this is our shit.
That simple, that plain. Let me go ahead and give that sister a round of applause. She deserves it. If you don't like the fact that we are Americans and that we're woven in every fabric of America, go back home. You won't have to worry about any of it. And you won't have to worry about us. Malcolm said, make it simple, make it plain. Ain't nothing more simpler and ain't nothing more plainer. Now, exactly, Miss Davis. Run your stinking ass back to your country. Let's be very clear about that. And that goes, I don't know, I would say double, but I need to say maybe 100 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000,000 times more for the Congolese bald head and Trump wig wearing heifer by the name of Joyless Reed, who says there would be no Louisiana if it wasn't for Haiti. There'll be no New Orleans if it wasn't for Haiti. Let's go here. Exactly, my sister. Thank you for the correction. Joyless Fleed.
We can thank Haiti and Toussaint Louverture and the Haitian Revolution for literally 40% of the landmass of the United States, because it was the Haitians who valiantly sent Napoleon Bonaparte packing with his tail between his legs back to Europe. And then he did a fire sale to the United States. He said, Thomas Jefferson, please buy this off of me. I can't be here with these people. They're killing us. And it was that revolution that caused the sale of 40% of the landmass of the United States to
it
this
opened up
country.
the country, westward expansion, and then the rest is history.
No Haiti, no Western U.S. The whole Western U.S. does not exist without Haiti having, bled for freedom, for its own freedom, and they've opposed.
And also, too, don't forget that Haitians fought for the U.S. during the War of Independence.
That's correct.
So, it is Battle of Savannah, and so after that,
I believe Crispus Attucks was Haitian.
Yeah, and after that experience, that's when they went back to Haiti and said, "Hey, wait a minute, what's wrong with this picture? We were fighting for their independence, and then we were slaves, and so hence the Haitian Revolution started."
Exactly, and in addition to that, if no Haiti, no New Orleans.
Yeah, family. We gonna run that back, and I'm gonna address it. Yeah, but I'm just sitting here soaking it all in. I'm soaking it all in. Since they couldn't make New Orleans a Haitian invention, a Caribbean location, as they was trying to do, and all of Louisiana pushed back on it. It wasn't just New Orleans who pushed back. I had people in Shreveport telling me that's a bull crap lie. I had people in the wards hitting me like, hey, that's a bull crap lie. It was everybody from Louisiana saying, hey, we ain't got nothing to do with Haiti. Nothing. And I was told even the voodoo is a bit different. Because the most part, people are practicing hoodoo. But the voodoo practitioners who are practicing are even practicing the voodoo different from Haiti. Family, let's go back through this and take it piece by piece.
We can thank Haiti and Toussaint Louverture and the Haitian Revolution for literally 40% of the landmass of the United States, because it was the Haitians who valiantly sent Napoleon Bonaparte packing with his tail between his legs back to Europe.
All right, let's start there, family. And shout out to our sister Renaissance woman for this comment. Haiti was San Domingo at the time, and those were French white soldiers. Before I could even get it out. Thank you very much for that, family. And then also, yes, Haitian voodoo isn't the same as voodoo. It's degenerate. Shout out to you. Now, she said it's thanks to Haiti that Napoleon went running. Well, that's partial true. San Domingo was fighting Napoleon. Hold on. But Haiti wasn't the only people. San Domingo wasn't the only folks that France was at war with. There was multitudes of folks that he was at war with spread out through the Saint Domingo. There was several uprisings, yes. But you guys wasn't the only people that he had a military campaign with. That helped your outcome. Yes, that helped your outcome. And that also was the reason why he had to sell Louisiana. Because he was spreading thin on all the money that he was using during those campaigns. That's a fact. And some people say we should be grateful for that because, you know, without it, we wouldn't have got Louisiana. At the time, all that did was expand slavery. Now, am I glad Louisiana became a state? Absolutely, because that's where my family's from, damn it. But we got to speak truth to power here. Let's continue.
And then he did a fire sale to the United States. He said, Thomas Jefferson, please buy this off of me. I can't be here with these people. They're killing us. And it was that revolution that caused the sale of 40% of the landmass of the United States to
it
this
opened up the
country.
westward expansion, and then the rest is history.
No Haiti, no Western U.S. The whole Western U.S. does not exist.
It was San Domingo. There was no Haiti at the time. San Domingo, which Haiti does no longer call themselves. Hey, they split up the country in between Haiti and Dominica. And they don't like each other.
Without Haiti having, bled for freedom, for its own freedom, and they've
And also, too, don't forget that Haitians fought for the U.S. during the war of independence.
They both know they're lying. That's why she's sitting there with this Kool-Aid smile, and that's why he's sitting there with this smile on his face, because they both know that they're sitting here telling a blatant damn lie. The goddamn Haitians that came over here and lost, by the way, were white Haitians. What? And the Haitians that fled over here after Haiti got their revolution popping off were also white from San Domingo. They were white. Who was fleeing away from Dessalines because they didn't want to get their ass handed to them. They were white. They were Nabisco. Why do these people act like we don't know this?
That's correct.
So, yeah, it is Battle of Savannah. And so after that,
I believe
experience,
Crispus Attucks was Haitian.
Yeah, and
there is no evidence to say that Christopher Attucks was Haitian whatsoever. You can't find none. They can't present any. They love to say that. But they have no empirical evidence of that fact. So, because there is no empirical evidence of that fact is not a fact. It is false.
And after that experience, that's when they went back to Haiti and said, hey, wait a minute, what's wrong with this picture? We were fighting for their independence and then we were slaves. And so hence the Haitian Revolution.
How so? If the people that came over here from San Domingue were white, how in the hell, someone tell me, please, can anybody, please tell me, how do they then go back to Haiti and start the Haitian Revolution? You don't find a history of Dessalines coming to America to help us fight in any war. But they love to say Haitians came and did it. Okay, well, wouldn't the person that popped off the whole Haitian Revolution, wouldn't that person have had some sort of document showing that he came over here and the folks over in Louisiana knew about the great Dessalines who helped them? Excuse me, the folks in Savannah. You would hear stories in Savannah about the great Dessalines that came over here and helped America fight the great fight. You don't hear that. And you've never seen any type of documents. You've never heard anybody in Savannah talking about Dessalines bringing folks over here in order to help fight the great fight. Shout out to Nene. Exactly. They're just making stuff up.
Started.
Exactly. And in addition to that, if no Haiti, no New Orleans.
Give me a second, family. One second, family. Give me 1 second, family. 1 second. I'm just checking on something. Because I want to know something real quick. I'm trying to look up to see when did Hispaniola start calling themselves Hades? When did the Hispaniolians start calling themselves Haitians? I want to make sure I have that information. Hold on. One second. Jesus. Oh, my apologies, fam. Oh, jeez. Jesus Christ. Excuse me, family. Yeah, those whew. My allergies kicked on me right now. I just drunk all the rest. Hold on, let me get another bottle of water. 1 second, family. 1 second. While I do that, excuse me.
My infatuation with a black man's beard started in my childhood. Apparently, my father kept his beard solely at my request. I loved playing in it as a little girl. He looked so manly to little tiny me. So my love for a black man's beard isn't a fad. It's always been in me. The seed for this love offering was planted long ago inside of a little black girl who loves her daddy. Infused in this beard growth, spray and oil is love, admiration, appreciation, and God's herbs to foster growth, healing, and a touch of softness to the strongest, most powerful men on the planet. Love Bruck, evenmelanin.com.
Shout out to our sister Brooke. Much love to her. Thank you guys for putting up with that hot second. I don't know what happened with my allergies. I drank some water. That wasn't good enough. I had to go get some ice cold water. I had to get the freezer cold water, to calm that, to soothe that situation. But my point is this. I'm not even going to continue with this joyless read nonsense. And I don't know what happened. And I don't know why it's not sharing. There we go. Okay. Family, we're not going to continue with the joyless read crap. All I know is she says there would be no Haiti without New Orleans. We don't even know if that's true because it is subjective, right? If this didn't happen, this wouldn't be. Something else could have happened that made Napoleon sell Louisiana to us if Haiti never became free. That's just the facts, So I don't want to argue about something that is subjectable. It's very subjective. You may believe that. I don't believe so. I believe there was going to be something that made Napoleon end up selling. Because like I said, Napoleon was already spread very thin. And that was one of the reasons why the Haitian Revolution that you speak of actually succeeded because he was already wearing thin. Now, I want to ask you all a question on this Jubilee Day. Shout out to our good brother Project Leroy and Lover of Truth in the building, as well as James Brown and Troy. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. That's a good question. Who was listening to our lies anyway? Other tethers? Tethers reinforce the tether mindset, and this is how. Notice, one tether speaking to another tether, right, about our history. Neither one of these folks are American. Neither one of them has any connection to America except being here. But this is how they enforce each other's mindsets. Shout out to Bad. Exactly. He was in debt before. Yes. He was spread very thin. New Orleans was established in 1718. Thank you for bringing this. Because, like I said, I think that she meant if Haiti didn't revolt, then America would never have New Orleans, even though it was already in existence. But like I said, I don't believe so. I believe Napoleon would have sold them hold that anything he could off, because like I said, he was very thin, weighing very thin. Tether circle jerk, a Nabisco tradition. Oh man, my brothers would say that I rubbed off on you guys. The circle jerk. That's what it is. Pause. Shout out to our good brother Reef in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Exactly. Shout out to Opal Ivy. Napoleon was in war conflict with Russia during the brutal winter season. This is how Napoleon lost the war in Europe and conceded to Russia. Exactly. This is my point. This man was in several conflicts, and this dude could not and would not keep something that was weighing him down. That's the thing. It was weighing him down. He had to get rid of it. He didn't have any money. Bro didn't have no bread. Shout out to my sister Opal. Let me go here, family, because I want to ask you all a question. Have you all noticed that there's been this large campaign to make you anti-American? Have you all noticed that there's been a massive campaign to make you all not want to be American? To move away from Americanism? Have you all noticed, family? Southern's the only one. I know you all have noticed, because I've noticed. And there's something else that I noticed. It comes to my attention, and I want to share that with you, family. Let's go here. First and foremost, I want to, give me 1 second here. What is going on? I want to show you a few things. And unfortunately, we're not done with Joyless Flea just yet. Unfortunately, we're not done with Joyless Had to Flee just yet. I want you to understand what I mean when I say, and I was trying to give you a little warning on this before I made that. I don't even know. I don't understand how a wig could sit on her head, to be honest with you. I get thrown off by the forehead. It just reminds me of Roger from Family Guy. And every time I see a close-up of her with her head like that, it sends me into a loop. My brain stopped functioning for a second, and I got to catch it up. You know what I mean? But there's been a campaign going on to make you anti-American. But there's been a campaign going on that actually shows, once again, who are anti-American in this country. Spoiler alert. It's the Democratic Party. It's the Republican Party too, but the Democratic Party, they're actually out here showing themselves to be anti-American. And this isn't the first time, but put a pin in that and we'll get back to it. Let's go here.
Because in many ways, and with apologies to my dear spicy white friends, because I know that my white brothers and sisters do love a 4th of July. It is Independence Day. Everybody's barbecuing. It's a thing. I can promise you, Black folks, we will take that day off. We will barbecue because we off. But Black people, that nobody Black I know is really excited about the 4th of July, because it is what Frederick Douglass said it is. It is the celebration of slaveholders who freed themselves from having to pay taxes to the crown for their slaves.
Family? She said nobody she knows celebrates the 4th of July. Maybe because all the people she knows is anti-American. I mean, maybe because all the people she knows aren't American to begin with. Maybe because all the people she knows quite literally came to America and didn't build America. Maybe because all the people she knows are Democrats who are quite literally showing themselves to be anti-American. You see, Black Americans are not anti-American. They're anti the system of white supremacy. We're anti the system of white supremacy. Foundational Black Americans are the most patriotic people around the globe. Because the Nabisco will throw this country under the bus at the drop of a hat. And I'll show you that in a bit. Joy don't have no say-so. Because even the great Frederick Douglass, when criticizing America, he also said that the Constitution was a magnificent bill. And we just need to make it work for us. He also, when they were trying to send us back to Africa or send us to Africa. Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman both made it a point to let the world know that we are undoubtedly American. And they left no question to it. That's why they said, hey, I'm not going to say I'm American. We're not saying we're American. We're saying we're undoubtedly American. And we are everything that America is supposed to be. And we are the people that makes America live up to what it's supposed to be. Shout out to Lily. She's a remember to wink. Shout out to our sister C. Philip Davis. The Nabiscos stay sabotaging and pow-powing in America. You are absolutely correct. Look at your domestic terrorist. Let's continue, family, because I want to go here. We've been American even though they didn't want us being American. Let's go here.
We hear so much about the slavery. 300 years ago, our grandfathers were slaves, or 200 years ago, our grandfathers were slaves. Well, for God's sakes, did we have anything to do with that? I had no part in it. I had no slaves. My folks didn't. My grandparents didn't. Are they blaming us for what happened 3 years ago? Let's forget the past. Think of the future. Build up the future. And why keep hemming and hawing over the same thing over and over and over again? And they say, you must give me land because my grandfather was a slave. Well, then I would say, for God's sakes, find the man who had your grandfather as a slave and then demand the land from him. Don't bother me because I have no part of it.
Few people would be willing to make amends for the actions of ancestors they never knew, for evils committed long before their time.
There's sex problem. Let's face it now. How many white people have 10 illegitimate children? Very few. Very few. This seems to be a trend with them. And I often wondered, what happens to these here men who follow these children? Are they busy making babies elsewhere, or are they busy in the civil rights march yelling for the civil rights?
And 4 out of 10 whites in our survey agreed that Negroes, more than whites, have low moral standards. However, half or more of whites disagree with some of the views you have just heard. For example, they reject the idea that Negroes are more likely than whites to have low morals.
I feel that they're basically lazy when this summer, for example, opportunity was given to them to better themselves in getting as many jobs as possible in various fields of retail, wholesale, and they don't take the full advantage of accepting the responsibility of going out for these jobs. They feel that they're not good enough for them.
About half of whites agreed with this woman, but Negroes tend to be lazy more than whites.
We find there is a reluctance upon the part of too many Negroes, particularly among the young, to take the hard and remunerative jobs that must be necessary to earn a living. There is a feeling that for some reason somebody owes them a living.
Just about half of whites in our survey said the Negro has not made more progress because he has not worked hard enough. Only 15% blames discrimination. Some had no opinion.
We're all human. We're all peoples. There's only one God. One Bible for us to abide by. So why should it be different? It's the colors only different.
I wanted to play that because I wanted to remind you, even when they didn't want us being Americans, we were the most American. This woman said, if you're mad about somebody owning your family, then find who was owning them and make them pay. Well, I'm glad you said that, Nabisco woman, because it was the American government that was responsible for it, who sanctioned it. And that's why we're fighting for reparations right now. Like I stated, we have always been the people that fight to bring this country to where it's supposed to be. While everybody else is just coming over here to benefit off something we made, excuse me. Nobody would be able to come here and be in peace if it wasn't for the fight that we put in to make America become the America that it is today. That's the facts. Everything else is quite literally fiction. Not the Golden Girls. A B1 salute to our brother Ach in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Tiffany Jackson in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Family, did you guys see this? In Minnesota, the day before the 4th of July, they were out there waving a goddamn Somalian flag. And that damn Asian mayor out there have given that day, July 3rd, my father's birthday, as a Somalian flag waving day. Exactly. Shout out to Rooted in Power. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Treason is what it is. The Democrats are showing you how anti-American they are. Shout out to my good brother, still Kevin Trees in the building. Family, I bet that whole damn park smelled like dead rats and corn chips. I bet that whole damn park smelled like what a sewer smells like when you open the tab. I bet that whole location was left looking like a third world country. Shout out to Opal Ivy. She said the helium balloon head. Oh, geez. That's oh, I love you so much. The helium balloon head musty tethers. Oh, man. Shout out to Sweet Butters in the building. Smell like goat. Or something that comes out of a goat. Hot and damn musty. Garbage truck juice for days. January 18th, they started calling themselves Haitians. Okay. Funky Fridays. I love that. Shout out to Maneuver, vacative deodorant. That's what they had, a Funky Fest. Yeah. Shoot. Don't forget the inbred tea. Shout out to the Lady Brooks in the building. Much love to you. Shout out to our sister Starte Jones in the building as well. If booty juice was a picture, oh, wow. Oh, that's it. That is it, family. We gonna leave that one there. We're gonna leave that one as the last one. That one. Oh, family. Yeah, this is what's happening. They want everything and everybody to be anti-American, especially foundational Black Americans. And this is why they're going around trying to tell us not to celebrate something that wouldn't be possible without us. Something that wouldn't be possible without us. And I want you to notice something, family. I came across this video yesterday, and I want to show it to you. Watch these tethers, and I know that they're tethers because this clip comes from a store in Lexington. Okay? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I lost it. This comes from a store in Lexington. Let's go here.
Happy 4th, bro.
Nigga, fuck the 4th of July, nigga.
What the fuck? Yeah. Happy 4th, man.
Bro, fuck 4th of July, nigga.
My bad, I'm just saying.
God damn, nigga. I don't give a fuck about no 4th of July.
My bad, man.
Fireworks in this bitch, nigga.
No, hey, bro, you ain't got to do all that, bro. I'm just saying happy 4th.
If I make fireworks go off in this bitch, nigga, and you be the motherfucking 4th of July.
My bad. 8, 9. All right, man, you good. Yeah. Happy 4th, bro.
Man, fuck Independence Day, nigga.
What the fuck? Yeah. Happy 4th of July, man.
Fuck that shit. Fuck that.
What? Hey, happy 4th, bro.
Nigga, fuck the 4th of July, nigga.
I wanted to show you that because that's in Lexington, Kentucky, family. And shout out to our brother AO, spawn of tethers. I was about to say, each and every one of those dudes were tethers. I can definitively say, I believe that every one of them were tethers. And let me explain why. I looked up the tether population in Lexington, Kentucky. In Lexington, Fayette County, immigrants make up approximately 11.9% of the total population, while the U.S. Census Bureau broadly records the Black or African American community at roughly 14.5% of the total population. The specific subset of Black immigrants includes thousands of individuals driven significantly by refugee resettlement programs from countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo. So that area is majority tethers. If the population of the Black community is 14.5%, but the population of Black immigrants in Lexington is 11.9%. Then that's about what? 2 to 3% that are foundational Black Americans in that area, and the rest being a bunch of damn tethers. Yeah. 3% FBA. So showing that clip, like I said, they are trying to make it appear as if foundational Black Americans are anti-America. I want to go here. Give me 1 second. Matter of fact, let me pull this down for a second. Give me 1 second because I need to show you guys. CNN just did a story on this yesterday as well. And they're trying to make it seem like Republicans are the only Americans, are the only real people who are proud to be Americans. And the bulk of the Democratic Party are not. But the fact of the matter is, neither one of them are proud to be real Americans. Let's go here. Paid actors, that could be the case too. That could also be the case. So it sounds like LA, yeah. LA used to be full of FBAs, and now it's very little, to say the least. Shout out to a law solution in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. I saw an article where the NAACP said black folks don't care about the 4th of July. Like I said, this is what they're pushing. This is what they're literally pushing. Let me go here.
93% are extremely or very proud. Just one, a single one, say they have little to no pride in being an American. But look over at the Democratic side. This is where we've seen this extremely or very number. It's been taking a tumble at 27%, which is way different than the 93. You do the quick math with me here. What is that? That's a 66-point difference here in terms of extremely or very. But look at this. The little or no proud to be an American actually among Democrats eclipses is greater than the extremely or very proud number. So we are just living in such a different universe if you're a Republican versus a Democrat on the basic fundamental question of being proud to be an American. Republicans, 93%.
Now, family, notice they didn't break that down by race. They didn't break that down by age. They didn't break that down by anything else other than the Democrats versus Republicans. Notice that. So the whole propaganda piece that they're pushing in this clip alone is not only saying the GOP are proud to be Americans, they're proud of America. And what do most people conflate with the GOP? White people. So when you look at the Democratic Party, where only 27% is proud to be American and is proud of America, he says 36% are not. And what they're insinuating is if the GOP is tied to white people, then the Democratic Party must be tied to what? Black people. Notice they didn't include no independents, did they? This is all propaganda. Just like this is propaganda. Let's go here.
Are you proud to be an American?
I think I'm likely to be the most American person on this panel. My relatives have fought in every war that Americans have ever fought, including the Civil War, where my ancestors fought in segregated.
Now, family, I want you all to understand the gravity of this clip. You have a British man who moved to America, questioning somebody with foundational Black American lineage on whether they're proud to be American. Understand what's happening there. And understand that I would have just told him, none of that matters. I am America. Are you proud to be an American? Are you thankful that you had the opportunity to become an American? You don't have no right to question me one iota. Not one iota. Exactly. We won. Ran the British out of here. And now they're coming back asking us if we're proud to be Americans.
United Color Troops for their own freedom and the freedom of all Black people in America. There's been a lot of talk about the founding fathers, but birthright citizenship comes from the 14th Amendment, which was established after the Civil War to give Black Americans who had been brought here via chattel slavery citizenship rights in the country that they had been brought to against their will. The Statue of Liberty, a symbol that has become synonymous with immigration rights, was actually gifted by France and the United States to commemorate the end of slavery. So understandably, my feelings about this country to which I was brought, my ancestors were brought as slaves, is complicated. But I think what's beautiful about America, the promise of America, is that it can become a more perfect union. That's what the preamble to the Constitution asks of us, to continue to endeavor to become better. And while I think it's healthy and good to have pride in one's country, I lived overseas as a kid and found myself defending America from all kinds of insults all the time. I have a deep cultural affection for this country. My whole culture of people was invented and formed and is uniquely American as a Black American. I think that it would be a mistake to stop endeavoring to make the country better and to live up to the promise of its ideals.
That's a very good answer, but I've noticed you haven't actually answered the question.
How so?
Are you proud to be an American right now?
You know, it's really hard, Pierce, right now when our country is synonymous with executing a genocide that has killed hundreds of thousands of people on the other side of the world.
And that's her opinion. And she deserves to have it. Continue.
So there are aspects of being an American
you're
that
beautiful.
I am very
You're a
proud of.
beautiful girl. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Hang on.
Are you proud to be an American or not? That's it.
Hang on, Brianna. Were you proud to be an American under Barack Obama?
Not in particular. I mean, to me, it wasn't Barack Obama.
Shout out to her for that. You know, I'm pretty hard on Bree sometimes, but God dang it, shout out to her for at least understanding the assignment.
Had deep flaws and failings, including executing a drone war and being the
So which president
chief.
were you proud to be an American under?
I think that my pride in being American has less to do with our political leadership, which is often
give
very
me a time
disappointing.
period when
And
you were
wait a
proud to
minute.
be an American.
I'm proud in relationship to my fellow countrymen.
No, I get it. But
And the beauty,
which
wait,
period
and
of
the
your
beauty
life
what
as
the
an American?
people-
Sad to watch.
Wait, and what the beauty-
Brianna, which period of your
Pierce.
life as an American, you spoke very eloquently about your family fighting in all the wars, very impressive. But at which period of your life would you have answered yes to the question, are you
Yes, 'cause
proud to
there's
be
moments
American?
every single day of my life. There are moments that I'm proud to be an American. I
That's
had a
not the
beautiful
same.
interaction.
That's not the same.
Good.
What's not the same?
Like I said, they're pushing, trying to make it seem as if we're anti-American at the same time as putting on a goddamn person like Piers Morgan, who isn't even American, that asks the damn question. And I seen what many of you were saying in there in the chat talking. Yeah, I'd have been cutting him off too. And every Nabisco on the goddamn panel. You had all kind of Nabiscos on the panel. Let's go back. This right here. This is your unsalted Nabisco. This is your salted Nabisco. This is your club cracker. He's one of the communion crackers. He's one of the crackers that, you know, those white churches be using when they drinking the juice with the cracker, the blood of Jesus and the body of Christ. Him? You know, I take that back. He looks like he wants to be black. So we'll give him the club cracker and give him his Indian biscuit. All kind of crackers on this goddamn panel. Nabisco's left and right. And the one lone FBA chick sitting there still handling all five of them. That is quite literally sad as hell. Oh yeah, he's Turkish. Yeah, that's right. So what kind of crackers do they got in Turkey? Are they just biscuits in Turkey? I know that in Britain they got biscuits. But that ain't cracker enough. I need to know what is the national cracker of Turkey. Let me look that up. We're gonna figure this out here today. What is the national cracker of Turkey? A Yukur stick cracker. It's the most iconic cracker of turkey. So you a Yule stick cracker. I'm just gonna call you a stick cracker for short. I am not joking, family. That is his national cracker. A euchre stick cracker. Let's get it. Family, I want to go here.
Black people during Reconstruction did not want this to happen to anyone else. They didn't want to just pull the ladder up behind them and let everyone else fend for themselves. But that is exactly what Thomas does.
Notice the Nabisco talking to you, trying to tell you what black people wanted. And those black people are your ancestors. I'm going to run it back. Let's go.
Black people during Reconstruction did not want this to happen to anyone else. They didn't want to just pull the ladder up behind them and let everyone else fend for themselves. But that is exactly what Thomas does.
There's something here that has always irked me, is the selectiveness with which Clarence Thomas particularly chooses to be colorblind and when he chooses not to be colorblind.
The biggest part of this.
I warned y'all about this dude already. Garrison Hayes. I quite literally did a whole breakdown on the goddamn thing, a documentary that he did. When you see him, you see the Democrats. When you see him, you see Democratic policy. When you see him, you see a Democratic shield.
Here that has always irked me is the selectiveness with which Clarence Thomas particularly chooses to be colorblind and when he chooses not to be colorblind.
The biggest part of this decision document is Justice Thomas's massive dissent, which basically is an alternate history of birthright citizenship. And
an alternate history? Family, this is what the Democrats are doing. While trying to make you anti-American, they're also trying to strip your Americanism, your contributions to America and the Constitution. Pima Levy.
and the Civil War and Reconstruction. In a concurrence, Justice Jackson takes on Justice Thomas.
Essentially, Justice Jackson kind of chronicles the way that freed Black people fought. They claimed their citizenship based on birth on American soil. And that history is really important to understand why this inclusive view of birthright citizenship is so crucial to the understanding of what America is, and then the foundational principles of this country. She says, freed Blacks fought for the shared humanity of all people, including immigrants. And she also says, the Reconstruction Amendments were an anti-caste, anti-subordination reset for the nation, not a mere spot treatment for the dark stain of slavery.
And she has this line that is so good. The teacher who scolds a student for bullying a classmate hopes the student learns the broader lesson of treating everyone with kindness, not just that one kid. So the way in which Thomas tries to narrow and cabin birthright citizenship, just like Trump, is to say that the birthright citizenship clause only applied to the freed people, and it should not apply to these other groups, people today who would also benefit from that. And she's saying, no, just like the schoolyard bully shouldn't pick on one kid, shouldn't pick on any kid.
Now, let me say this. Let me say this, family. Everything that these three idiots said is nothing but hogwash. Hogwash. And I want to explain something to you, family. I must explain this. The Democrats are not just anti-American. One would have to ask, why are they trying so hard to make this birthright citizenship case not just about Black Americans, but for everybody? Family, we got to talk about it. the Democrats are not just anti-American. They're doing the exact same thing that they were doing during slavery. Remember when I said it ain't their first time? During slavery, if you remember, foundational Black Americans was classified as property. They didn't even look at us as humans, right? Until it was time to gain some sort of power. And so, when it was time to gain power, the Democrats said, well, hey, if we're going off of population size, when it comes to the representatives, then we need to be counting our slaves too, because we got their people. And the northern states was like, wait a second, hold up now. Hold the hell up. We've all agreed that these slaves are property. They're classified as property. So how can you then turn around and tell us to give you bigger representation, more representation for property that you hold? And this was a fight between the Democrats and the Republicans. And so within that fight, out of that fight, you get the 3/5 compromise. And see, a lot of folks love to talk about how, oh, you were not even considered a human. You were 3/5 of a human. No, that's not what this says. We was always human, no matter how we was classified, dummy. But this 3/5 joint was a ploy for the Democrats of the time to get more power in Congress. So they say, we're not going to count all your slaves because they are human. We're not going to count all your slaves. We'll count each slave as 3/5 of a vote, 3/5 of a human, 3/5 of a person. When it comes to counting in the census for representation. That's what the 3/5 compromise is. That's what the 3/5 compromise was meant to do. And that's what the Democratic Party is doing right now. They're bringing in the illegals to inflate the numbers within the population of their states. This is why they're fighting so hard to include everybody in the 14th Amendment. They're doing the same strategy that they used during slavery. The very same strategy. Good old Confederacy. In the very same way they didn't want to get rid of their slaves, and they fought to keep them. Right now, whether you know it or not, we're in the middle of another civil war between the Republicans and the Democrats. That's why the Democrats have no problem shutting down America. That's why the Democrats have no problems fighting to give everybody and anybody citizenship. If you are not picking up on what's going on, That's what's going on. And that was one of the reasons why I have always said the parties never switched. The people they targeted did. The party of the Democrats is doing the exact same thing that they were doing during slavery. That shows you they've never changed. Family, can't nobody prove me wrong on that. Can't nobody prove me wrong on that. The Democrats are still the same Democrats that was running the Democratic Party during slavery. And they're showing you they don't change. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. So that's why they keep trying to usurp people into our birthright citizenship. In the very same way that they usurped people in our civil rights bill that we fought for. Shout out to our good brother AO. He says, my grandpa told me to learn history so we never repeat it. Exactly. He who does not know history is doomed to repeat it. Exactly, Sweet Butters. We got eyes. One bird, two wings. Still dirty as hell. Excuse me. Still dirty as hell. Now, oh yeah, they have major contempt for us. Major contempt for us. Now, am I saying the Republicans are better or they're good and the Democrats are bad? I'm saying hell no. Both of them are still the same pieces of shit that they've always been. And I am not going to fake the funk to say that the Democrats stand for us and they're practicing the same damn thing that they was practicing during slavery. They needed the 3/5 compromise to get more representation in Congress as well as more electoral colleges votes. And they need illegals now for population, for representation, for electoral college votes. Family, I want to show you that no matter what these people say, no matter what these people do, you can find clip after clip after clip showing our people not only being proud to be American, but understanding that we are, that there is no other real American when you look at what America represents. We done fought in every damn war. We done fought for every damn body. And we done made America the powerhouse, quite literally, the powerhouse that it is today. Let's go here.
One of the most insulting questions that gets asked to me sometimes is, did they give you your 4th star just because it's a bicentennial year coming up and they want to say we got a black day? In one word, one question, this guy has wiped out all the blood and sweat and tears and preparation and effort that it took me to prepare myself, to fill the squares, to fight the wars, to go to the schools, to go to Air University, and to study deep into the night, to hone my skills as a fighter pilot, and to get out there over way north in skies much less friendly than those of United and fight my way back home in the name of the foreign policy of my country. Now, they didn't give me anything, and they don't give away stars in my service. You got to earn them. Generals are made, they're not born.
Shout out to that brother. Shout out to that brother. And he was proud of his position. As we always are. Now, let's go to this sister here.
All the hate for Black Americans are definitely forced, because let's break it down. I'm Jamaican. I migrated to America when I was 12. There is no experience that has made me love my Blackness, make me appreciate the heritage of my ancestors than living in Black America. Black Americans are so fucking proud to be Black. They're not proud to be Americans. They're proud to be Black people.
The only people who made it cool and popular. Continue.
Who survived the colonial and still continue to thrive despite the oppression of the colonial American system. There is no way possible as a Black person you could come to Black America and not love your fucking Blackness. That's the essence of Black America. They celebrate their heritage loudly and proudly, no matter what anybody says. And the more this country tries to erase them, the more they stand 10 toes down. Like, I have been in Black America and learning Black American history, the history of the Black American ancestors, the struggle, the fights, you know what I mean, has forced me to actually learn Jamaican heritage. Not what they teach in school, but actual Jamaican history. And it forces me to love my African ancestors.
Family, us standing on our business forces them to go and research who they are, because we know who we are. We stand on our square. Continue.
Fought for our freedom in Jamaica. So all the hate that y'all have for Black Americans, it's due to ignorance, and it's just forced. Black Americans are the definition of Black empowerment. The definition of a Black empowerment culture, literally.
They know it. We know it. And the fact of the matter is, shout out to her for saying it. So that African American Museum, yeah, you're going to get some calls. You're going to get some emails. As you should. If you don't get that skin bleaching nonsense out of that museum, let's go here, family. Shout out to this brother.
This is our country. Don't forget that. Don't let anybody tell you any differently. This is our country. The first thing that this country did from an export standpoint was agriculture. That's us. Built Washington, D.C., built the South, built a whole lot of things. That's what we must celebrate. As we go into next year, we celebrate America 250. The Coca-Cola system is one of the largest sponsors of America 250. And sometimes there's whispers about, well, because I've heard it, well, how will Black America celebrate America 250? And I'll say this, I think we should do an awesome job celebrating America 250, because America wouldn't be America without us. And more importantly, America will not be America. America will not be great without us. We are part of the fabric, an important part of the fabric of America. You must always understand this. This is not about Coca-Cola, John Deere, or none of that stuff. This is about us. And we always must remember that. America will not be America
without us.
Shout out to that brother. And as I stated, there would be no America without us. They would have lost that damn war. The British are coming. The British are coming. They said, hey, go get that Negro over there. Give him a gun. Let's go. Hey, look, Negro, if you fight for us, we'll give you your freedom. And that's what we did. And then they lied. So the next time around, when it came down to fighting for Lincoln, it was written in contract before people start fleeing to join the Union. Really not even fleeing, but running to the Union. Family, I can't speak for anybody else, but I will say this. I'm very proud to be an American, and ain't nobody gonna make me anti-American. I will always be anti-racism. I will always be anti-white supremacy. But you cannot include America within those bounds just because it's where the bulk of it took place. Nah, this is my home. And I'ma love my home. And I want my kids to love their home. Just like my ancestors loved their home. Now, there's a few things that I want to talk about real quick. Well, it's not even going to be real quick. It's not real quick. I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm going to try to make it real quick. If you have not, or if you have to go, I understand. You can come back and watch it at the 3-hour mark on the playback. But family, there's a few things we got to talk about if you guys are willing to sit back and actually have some, tea time with your boy. We got to talk about the blackout, if you don't mind, or, the little Asians' response right now to the blackout. We got some TPS issues to really address, at the same time, I want to talk about Godfrey a little bit, if you don't mind. You know what I'm saying? A little Essence situations going on. Yeah. Want to talk about that? Want to talk about it? Want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. Yeah. Now, I probably won't be able to get through everything I want to get to, but we're going to try. Let's make it happen. Now, as y'all know, the blackout has been sending these people into a spiral. They don't know what to do or how to act. They out here trying to figure out how they can combat us. And there are a lot of folks who's been coming up with weird ideas. But the fact of the matter is this: ain't nothing you can do. Ain't nothing you can say. You're just on the hot seat. And you're going to remain on the hot seat. So you might as well just get used to it, find another way to make money. Because at the end of the day, this blackout is very warranted. And they know it's warranted. Let's start out by going here first. I want you all to notice that they're so mad. They're so angry that they're trying to go to Congress to get a 2.0 of the Asian hate crime bill. Let's go to this sister here.
allegedly, the Asian community is trying to go ahead and enact a 2.0 to the Asian hate bill, where they're going to try to say that it is hateful against Asian communities, that we're no longer shopping with their businesses. So it just made me wonder, how are you going to force us to shop with your businesses? How? Like, what does that even look like? How does that look like? What, so is it just that the people who are speaking about the boycott are going to be condemned, or what is it? How is that going to work? To
Family,
the Asian.
These people think that they're going to go to Congress and force Congress or get Congress to force us to spend our money with them. This is how they got the hate crime bill in the first damn place. Lying on us because people were going into their stores and restaurants and telling them they wasn't going to spend money with them anymore because they contracted, they brought over the coronavirus. That was Nabisco's doing that. It was also Nabisco's beating on their heads all over the place. But they used us to get the hate crime bill and $50 million on top of it. 50 mil. To help combat Asian hate. Well, I'm going to tell you this. The Supreme Court has already ruled that money is free speech. So what I choose to do with my money is free speech, you ignorant bastards. For y'all to be the quote unquote smartest minority group, you're pretty damn dumb. You're pretty damn dumb. For all of these kind of people, I want to remind you, this is why we're doing it.
Hey, I just want y'all to know something. Hey, man, because all them Asian jokes, man, y'all can hold that shit. On God, y'all can have that shit. Because, man, look, I love being Asian. I swear to God, like, I love being yellow. I can't see this shit no other way. Yeah, man, I'm supposed to be away from Thailand. I'm in Baton Rouge. Y'all think I won't be down here with y'all? Yeah, man, Thailand, that's where y'all won't go for vacation. Yeah, man, y'all think I won't be down here in Baton Rouge with y'all? What the fuck? Y'all can hold that shit, bitch. Yeah, man, and I'm not no Chinese, Vietnamese, Japanese, none of that, man. I'm tired and lost, bitch. Y'all can't make me hate myself, bitch. I love being Asian. What y'all talking about? Fakes.
Yeah. This man is sitting here with a whole ass black accent talking about he's proud to be Asian. These people will quite literally sit here with a black accent, talking about they're proud to be whatever race they are. Shout out to our good brother Antithesis. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, my warrior brother. Send them in, church. All right, no worries, because this is definitely some clownish shit if I ain't seen it.
Send in the clowns.
Family, I came across a video and I wish I would have sent it to myself, but I didn't. I came across this video where this young lady, she said, you know, all the people who has black sense and they make excuses about it, saying that, well, I grew up around black people and that's why I talk like this. She said, well, I think it's time that we start saying, well, shoot, we grew up around Asians, so maybe we should start talking like these. Maybe we can go Mrs. Kim on you. Hurry up and buy. That would be disrespectful, right? Me love you long time. I know. You saw that one? Yeah. See, that's the one. I should have sent it to myself. I thought I did, but I didn't. But god dang it, That chick was right on point. You like? Oh man, I think that should be the situation. Now I want to go here.
It's been a minute since y'all seen me get on here and talk my motherfucking shit. So before I talk my shit about this boycott the Asian community, which it isn't a boycott, we just took our money back and put it into our own communities. And no, we're not coming back to y'all businesses. We don't give a fuck what y'all think or what y'all feel about the situation. Oh fucking well. Now y'all are fucking around and finding out. In the next community we need to start showing to fuck around and find out is the Indians, the Arabs, the people that have these gas stations. But I digress. We get to that another time. But I want to tell my people I'm so fucking proud of y'all. I'm so motherfucking proud of y'all, bro. I ain't never seen us stand together so hard until this time and this point right now. And I'm so fucking proud. And we're going to continue to keep our money the fuck in our own pockets or in our own businesses from here on out. We don't give a fuck what y'all feel. Like this bill that y'all trying to pass to get us forcefully to come into y'all establishments and support y'all establishments. We don't give a fuck what the government pass or don't pass. We don't follow the government. The government don't control us. Unlike y'all, we can give two fucks about what the people think or how they fucking feel. So if the bill is passed, we're going to tell you this to your face. Because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be the only one to make a video to tell y'all this. We don't give a damn about no fucking bill. That bill still won't get us into y'all establishments. It still won't get us to support y'all. Y'all would have to be forced to go to the white community or go back home. One of the two. But guess what? We won't be the ones paying y'all motherfucking bills. No more. Your bills won't be paid with our money. We won't be up in the motherfuckers, and we're not. I just found about a whole bunch of different black businesses in Jacksonville. And when I get all the names put together, I've been collecting names. I'm going to post all of them. Because that's where I'm at. So the people who are going to see it in Jacksonville know where to go. I done found out there's black gas stations and everything. Yeah, we're going to start taking every fucking thing from y'all. Y'all can't respect us. Y'all can't understand that this is our shit. Y'all know this. And y'all still try to be pleasing and okay with being oppressed by the white man. We're not going for it. We're not fucking going. So with that being said, go get your bill passed. And let's see if we follow it.
Shout out to that sister, but I'm going to tell y'all right now, let's fast forward to the end of this situation. Spoilers, they're not going to be able to get it passed because then it would violate what the Supreme Court already said about money being free speech. This is what I'm saying. The same thing I said about birthright citizenship. It wasn't overturned, not because of the tethers on the Supreme Court. It wasn't overturned not because of the Nabiscos, not because of foundational Black Americans or anything like that. It was only not overturned, in my personal belief, due to the Citizens United case, where they allowed corporations to be considered entities or basically humans. And that's why they're able to participate within politics. They said that the money was free speech. So that entity can take that money and use it however they see fit. This is what the Supreme Court said. So I guarantee you, try to get that bill passed, and that bill is going to get tossed. And I'm pretty sure the Asians are being told this right now while they're lobbying for that. There's no way we can do that without violating the Supreme Court, because they already said money is free speech. Nonprofits, Democrat donors, make sense. Exactly. Republican donors, third-party donors, all of that is because of Citizens United. All of that because corporations went and got access to our 14th Amendment. Now, I want to go here to the people who are still on that naysayer crap.
I've been going to this nail shop since I was 19. Bitch, I'm in my mid-30s. Second of all, my nail shop has done nothing but show me love and support.
Did black people hold you down and feed you dog food or something? Because you literally just said that a 10+ year long customer service relationship held more precedence in your life than your actual identity and community. The one that you have about 30+ years in, apparently. Did black Americans not raise you? Did black Americans take clothes off your back and food out your mouth? Looks like black America been good to you, given you still look like the culture. I don't see any Chinese subtitles on your video. You and your nail salon are that close, but you don't have subtitles so that they can participate in the conversation. You say you know your nail tech so deeply. Do they know your middle name? And if prompted, could they write it out perfectly on a piece of paper? Did you invite your nail tech to your last birthday party after they did your nail set? Because you're all so close, right? Or did you celebrate with your black friends after? And friends give gifts, not discounts. So I'm assuming they're giving you free nails too. They know about your ups and downs and hard breakups. Do they know about the first time you realized you were black? Did y'all have that conversation over a nail set at any point in time? Because it seems like you've shared it with them. You should share it with the rest of the class. Why are we undeserving of your loyalty? Why is your community undeserving of your alliance at this time or any other time? You're preaching about individualism and how it's not about everyone else. But when your back is against the wall, all you're going to be looking for is everyone else that look like you. So what exactly have black Americans done to you to make you skip the boycott but keep the clothing? You don't care about Cyrus Cormac Bell but we're supposed to respect this choice to post this fucking propaganda. Like, we so fucking for real, bitch.
Family, the people are tired. The family are tired. We're tired. We're done. There's so many idiots out here running their mouth. And we're not allowing them to do so anymore. Namely, these folks on TPS who's wigging out. Because just like the blackout, they're getting out. There's still an out going on there. You're getting blacked out and kicked out. Let's go here, family. Because there's some things we got to discuss. There's a bunch of tethers. A tether that's married to a FBA who thought that she should be coming out here talking that nonsense. You got a rainbow tether that's out here looking like Stephen A. Smith, a light-skinned version with a little less forehead. You got all kinds of tethers out here. 1 second, family, because I gotta show you this. And we're not gonna go through all of this, but we're gonna go through enough of it. Let's go here. I want you all to get a load of this tether, who's in Haitian, who's married to a foundational Black American. And let me say this to all my foundational Black American brothers and sisters. If you are married to somebody who is not a foundational Black American and they talk like this, they speak like this, and you allow them to, they're tethers and you're the tether supervisor and sympathizer. Let me be very clear. If you are married to somebody who is not a foundational Black American and you allow them to speak like this, not only are they tethers, but you are a tether supervisor and a tether sympathizer. Let's go. I want y'all to hear the disrespect.
FBAs, I love y'all so much. Where can I find the FBA handbook? Because I'm getting mixed instruction. I need like specific, instructions, like what is too Black American for me to do? Like, can I wear weave? Can I wear makeup? Can I eat McDonald's? Is McDonald's foundational Black American? Secondly, I know y'all wanted us to leave the country. We leaving. I respect it. I know what it means. Haitians know what it means when you got to burn down the system and we got to start this bitch over. I'm sorry if that was too Black American. Okay. But now I hear we beefing. We thought y'all was just figuring it out. We beefing? My husband is Black American. How does that work? Can you also include that in the pamphlet or the ebook or respectfully? But it's so ironic because like my husband, he's from Killeen, Texas. Like that's the nickel. I don't know if I can say that, but and the way he looked at Haitians, it's like we was the field niggas. That's how he looked at us.
If your husband looks at Haitians as field niggas, that should have said something to you, because it definitely says something to me. That says that your husband is a house Negro. And you married a house Negro. So nothing that house Negroes say about foundational Black Americans should be taken into account. Because a house Negro is going to speak the way a house Negro speaks. And it's never going to be for the fields. And the fact he looked at y'all as the field slaves, in his mind, he's thinking that the riders are the Haitians. Family, this is the thinking of these people. It's the thinking of the tether and the bootlick. I shall write a book, The Tether and the Bootlick. That's a great title. Let's let her continue.
So it was like, you know what I'm saying? It just worked out. I was Air Force, he was Marine, you know what I'm saying? It worked out. But now it's beef.
Most coons are coming out of the Army. I ain't gonna lie. If you ain't for your people going in, you ain't gonna be for your people coming out. But continue.
Okay. And secondly, do y'all have the Haitians database? Like the list of every single Haitian, and how deep, how much Haitian do they have to be to leave? Because when I moved to Atlanta in 2011, people were not saying that they were Haitian. I was coming from Florida, where it's like a badge of honor to be Haitian. Like everybody's Haitian in Florida. Okay, no shade. Nobody would tell me that they were Haitian. I would have to look at their name, look at recognize certain mannerisms, features, even the shape. I could look at a woman's legs and tell that they're Haitian. No freaking lie. But they wouldn't say that they're Haitian. You have to ask where their parents were from. Then they would claim that they're Haitian.
So you have a Haitian woman telling y'all exactly what we've been telling y'all the whole damn time. We can tell each other apart. I can tell that you are not foundational. You are Haitian. You are African. You are Nigerian, more specifically. So now you're hearing it from the horse's mouth. Whenever we say we can tell the difference, that's what we mean. We can tell the difference.
That's just my little take. I hope I don't offend FBAs when I say this, but in my experience, I feel like 1 out of 6 Black people that I meet, I don't know if I can say Black, but you know what I'm freaking trying to say, is Haitian. I feel
1 out of 6 people that she meets is Haitian. She feels like. Well, if you live in a Haitian enclave, I'm pretty sure that you're correct. There's only about 1 million, if that. I mean, in the whole United States, if that. I'm thinking it's still less than 1 million, somewhere around 500,000. Let me see. Haitian population of the United States. Let's just get it out the way. Yeah, 1.1 to 1.2 million as of 2025. Florida has the most Haitian population with 508,229 Haitians in the state of Florida alone. New York It's the second highest with 184,585 Haitians. Massachusetts has 81,050 Haitians. Those are the largest enclaves where Haitians are. So if you're living around Haitians, then yes, I'm pretty sure you'll be correct. Maybe 1 in 6. But if you're not, you're not. Now, let's get back over here. Let's continue. Oh, family. I meant to show you the stats as well. My apologies. Let's get back over here.
Like 1 out of 6.
Wait. Shout out to our brother AO. I ain't gonna lie. It's desperately needed.
Send in the clowns.
Every 6 Black people I meet has some kind of Haitian descent. Yeah, go ahead, drop your favorite stickers in the comments. I like that plane, the plane that says pack your bag. And the Muppet is getting old though. Do y'all have any other representative? Because Haitians don't know that, girl. So y'all need to, there has to be something else. And those of you who are like really fighting this fight for FBAs, I appreciate y'all. I want to commend y'all and motivate y'all. Those of you who are non-MAGA, those of you who are non-coon and non-self-hating, non-CIA, non-FBI, the non-plants, because you know there's plants, okay? Remember the 70s? Remember crack epidemic? Yeah. And the kids are watching. Oh my God, embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Didn't we just bomb another country this week?
Who gives a shit? I don't. Don't bring in America bombing some country when disrespecting foundational Black Americans. While your bum ass husband is allowing it. You don't care about bombing other countries. You and your husband both were military. You just said it. So why are you trying to bring up the bombing of a different country while disrespecting foundational Black Americans? Like I said, we're not going to continue this. I just need y'all to hear as much as y'all heard. She's a bum ass, bird ass female dog. I hope you're proud, Nana. I tried hard because I wanted to call her a hardcore B from the other side of the planet. Now, let's go to the rainbow.
Seeing Black Americans / these FBA people out here in America celebrate that Haitians being deported because Trump is doing whatever he's doing in office, it's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. No, it's one of the most cowardly things I've ever seen. No, it's one of the most revelating things I've ever seen. There it goes. It's very revelating. Because like I've been saying about these types of Black people from the beginning, they're so hurt, so dismissed, so overlooked, so uneducated, so uninformed, so ignorant. They are actively transforming into the very oppressor that they say they hate.
This is another Democratic shield, but he's also part of the Rainbow Brigade.
Exactly why these FBA people feel the need to dogpile whenever they get a chance to, because it's the only way they feel powerful. That's how they feel powerful. It don't matter if you're African, you're Caribbean, you're Hispanic, you're Asian. As long as they're able to gang up and dogpile on top of you, the FBA people are going to do it. A Black American myself, I can literally sit here and say they've been doing it my whole entire life. They've been doing it their whole entire life. Constantly alienating people, constantly controlling the social narrative. Always had that "you not like us, you can't sit with us" mean girl type of attitude. We've seen it in school. We see it as adults. Let's just call it out for what it is. This is how the FBA people do what they do. This is why they do what they do. It has nothing to do with an identity. It has nothing to do with a heritage. But it has everything to do with unhealed trauma. Literally. It has everything to do with internal hatred. It has everything to do with racial insecurity. Just a bunch of uneducated bullies feel so bad about themselves as Black people that they have to go out of their way to dogpile and make other black people feel how white people have always made them feel in hopes that they'll get accepted into white spaces. That's why they're cheering it on for the Hispanics getting deported. That's why they're cheering it on for the Asians.
This man is an idiot. First and foremost, we've never wanted to be in white spaces. We've created our own. It's the white people that wanted to be in our spaces. And also, we're clearly not even dealing in the same conversations. We're talking about our lineage and our reparations and policies for our people. What white supremacist is talking about reparations for foundational Black Americans? Name them. Don't worry. I'll wait. Shout out to Bad72 for this. She says, can't stand this idiot. I replied to his post to make a video about Megyn Kelly and what she said about the Haitians. Yeah, notice they only mention Megyn Kelly when they're trying to put us in the same category with her. I heard somebody say, all you foundational Black Americans and y'all just as racist as Megyn Kelly. Y'all want to sound just like Megyn Kelly. You just want to be an oppressor. I'm like, why didn't you just turn around and talk to Megyn Kelly directly? Why are you trying to put this on us? She the one said what she said. Shout out Miss Vita in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here.
Cheering it on for the Haitians because they feel that once they get out of the way, that finally Black people in America will be able to take their place and do the things that they've been seeing them do this whole entire time. Now understand it's never going to happen for them because this country fucking hates them. These people are the annoying itch of the ball sack that is called America. Just a bunch of...
This is Stephen A. Smith's little brother, ladies and gentlemen. This is Stephen A. Smith's little brother. Call him Gerald A. Smith. Juicy A. Smith. You know, Juicy Smollett would make a better, that's his twin. He ain't grew since 82. Hair ain't grew since 82. Oh, man.
So white supremacists painted black.
White supremacists painted black, but you're the ones following the white supremacist talking points. All right. And here's this Haitian.
Hey, yo, the FBA movement, that shit even pro-black. Like, I see you niggas only organize to hate on other black people, right? Y'all worrying about Haitians and the TPS when that got nothing to do with y'all. Like, we didn't go to y'all to ask for no TPS. Like, we went to the white man. It's a white man country. And I know it's not even all of y'all. Like, it's just the men. It's the men whining on TikTok, on YouTube. Like, but I know the FBA women love a big soul, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, you're pro-black American, Spanish boy, Latino boy, thick ass, Puerto Rican accent ass, Haitian. Y'all so mad. If this is the white man country, why y'all keep on crying to black Americans? Why y'all keep on crying to us? Why y'all keep on making videos about us? If this is the white man country and he putting y'all the fuck out, why y'all crying to us? That don't make sense at all. Why y'all making the millionth video about us? I ain't seen you make not one video about the white motherfuckers kicking you out. I ain't seen not one. I ain't hear you say not one bad word about white people. But yet you on the internet making videos about black Americans. You said this ain't our country. We don't control shit, right? So why the fuck are you making videos about us? Huh? Why are you making videos? It's just like something ain't clicking for me. Something ain't clicking for me. I really just think that y'all know it's a wrap. It's over. It's over. Y'all can't cosplay as us anymore. Those days are over. The real problem is that y'all are pussies. And that's why y'all want to stay here. Because y'all know when y'all go home, y'all gonna actually have to fight and put up work. Y'all gonna have to like do something, especially if y'all want to live an okay life. Y'all gonna have to go home and actually put in some work. See, y'all are so used to just being given shit here in America as a asylum seeker, as an immigrant. Y'all so used to just getting placed over black Americans. Y'all so used to white people picking y'all first because y'all are cheap labor. Y'all don't put up no fight. Y'all don't fight for shit. Y'all they so used to y'all being docile and y'all so used to them just doing everything for y'all that now y'all gotta go back home. Y'all don't know how y'all gonna do it. That's the real fucking problem. The real problem is y'all scared to go back home because y'all don't know how y'all gonna do it. And y'all don't have black Americans putting up the fight anymore. Because we put up the fight in this country against our government. We put up the fight, not you motherfuckers. Y'all come here with your head down and shut up and be quiet and go to work for $2 and come back home and y'all happy with that. We put up the fight here in America. So y'all don't have to really do shit. Y'all never had to do shit. Y'all just stayed in your house. Anytime we went out to protest some shit, anytime that, shit going on with the black community, it's black Americans who are out there fighting. Y'all don't do that. So now y'all gotta go home and actually do that. You had to do that here because we was doing it. And y'all was cosplaying and just sitting back and be able to, reap the benefits of the shit that we, fight for. So now you gotta go fight for your own shit in your own home. This is why they don't want to go home, y'all. This is why they don't want to go home. They scared. Now they mad. They crashing out on us because we telling them, y'all gotta go home. Right along with the white people, we tell these motherfuckers, yeah, y'all gotta go. Y'all gotta go. And they mad and they crashing out. Making videos like this. It's not going to change the fact that y'all going home to make mud pies and mud cookies and mud dogs.
Hey, yo, the FBA movement, that shit even pro-black? Like, I see you niggas.
Shout out to One Saint at the end, my brother. Excuse me, OBM. Shout out to OBM. OBM Chaos. Shout out to OBM Chaos. Now, you think that the family was just going to sit around and let y'all continuously bring up our name and we wasn't going to say nothing about it? You're sadly mistaken. And that's the problem with a lot of you folks. You folks are sadly mistaken. Y'all just heard that guy claim that we didn't beg you guys for TPS. We begged the white man for TPS. This is a white man's country. If it was a white man's country, how would you get in? Oh, that's right. Because we fought for you to be able to get in. We made sure to remove the racial quotas so that people such as yourself can get in. The very mere TPS system is built off of us fighting for everybody to be able to come here. So when you say this is a Nabisco country, remember, if that's the case, then that's the reason why you guys are getting the DPS. After you voted for the Nabisco. Let's go here. Ain't that you, Haitians? Wasn't this y'all? Wasn't y'all out there talking about my high, yo, something, 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 Trump? You know what this remind me of? I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Now they're getting deported. Your TPS status is ending. It's just not working for the people that thought that this was a white country. The very people that they kissed ass to so that they could stay in the country. This is the white man's country. We begged the white man for TPS because this is his country. And now you're seeing the white man said, oh, since this is our country and the black folks ain't got nothing to say about it. Okay, hey, black folks, I appreciate the lob. Let me go ahead and dunk it. And now y'all in the position that you're in. All because you guys were talking shit. And what did Cat Williams say? Should have been talking shit. And now there's nobody to defend you when the Nabisco is on the move. You need to pick up Gil Scott Harrington's Cracker on the Moon. Pick it up and listen to it over and over and over again. Because when Whitey's on the move, the only people that can stop them is foundationals. Y'all haven't figured that out. Now, out in Springfield, Ohio, this Nabisco that y'all love so much is telling the truth about the weight of what's happening in Ohio, how they're brought here on TPS by companies like Dole. And then Dole will purchase a house for these people and let them work it back or work it off. Let's go here.
What's happening in Springfield? A Haitian invasion.
How many Haitians do you think have been sent here?
20,000. That's what they're saying.
And who pays for their housing?
Government assistance. You know, some of them do work. You know, the way I understand it, you know, a lot of them work at Dole, and Dole's paying for their houses. The staffing place on High Street, they said they was paying them like $12.50 an hour. So.
Did Springfield's residents used to work at Dole, and now they?
Yes. Yes.
So have they lost their jobs to Haitians?
Yeah, a lot of them has. And then, you know, we're supposed to call them visitors, neighbors, whatever. You know, if you start talking about them, you're supposed to be nice. And we talked to a lady a couple nights ago, and she said if she wasn't nice about it, you know, nice to them and talk about them nice, she could lose her job over it.
So you're supposed to call the Haitians visitors?
Yes. Neighbors, visitors.
Neighbors, visitors.
Y'all heard what he said, family. They're being forced to call these people neighbors and visitors. Who does that sound like? Don't that sound like the Somalis? Right out there in Maryland? And everybody, every time somebody's talking about them, they're saying what? Neighbors and visitors. That is a Democratic think tank. And watch what happens if you don't call them neighbors and visitors.
Freedom of speech, we can call them whatever we want. Yeah, the past 4 years they've been coming in here, but within the last 6 to 8 months, they've really. Yeah, the past 4 years they've been coming in to talk about them nice. She could lose her job over it.
You can lose your job if you don't call them neighbors and visitors. You can lose your job if you don't agree with calling these people neighbors and visitors.
So you're supposed to call the Haitians visitors?
Yes. Neighbors, visitors.
Neighbors, visitors.
Freedom of speech, we can call them whatever we want. Yeah, the past 4 years they've been coming in here, but within the last 6 to 8 months, they've really come in. I guess they're trying to get them all over here before Trump gets in office. And, you know, with the rumors about the ducks and the geese, I mean, I've never seen them with one, but they thinned out the population real good.
Before we go to the next part, family, let me give a B1 salute to that one brother. Much love to you, and thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, warrior brother. A B1 salute to by FBA. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, family. And shout out to our good brother Antithesis once again. Send them in, church. I think I read that already, but in case I did it.
Send in the clowns.
Now, I'm going to have to play some people who stand on business. I'm going to have to play some people that stands on business. Shout out to our sister Bass72. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. But since I have to play to send in the clowns, I got to play something that's going to basically remind folks how we feel about those Nabiscos and the people that try to love on them while they're here.
Get away from here with your nasty self and take those white people with you. You know how white people smell after the rain, like wet potato chips. Now get out of here.
Everyone wants to blame America for destabilizing the nation, but the truth of the matter is, their leaders, you can see this now, present day, Argentina, Albania, Jamaica, the leaders there will sell their own people out, and then people will blame America. And it's like, no, you can't blame America. You got to blame the leaders in your country. Everyone wants to blame America for destabilizing.
Shout out to that brother, because that's one of the major things that I keep on bringing to the forefront with these folks that keep on saying America destabilized their home. But yet you come to America and then you want to become a citizen and pay taxes to America to help continue to destabilize your home. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Let's go here. Let's go here, family, because I want to show you something, because I'm sick of these people talking like this.
So I've been quietly sitting back, like listening to and watching the responses to the TPS getting canceled by the Supreme Court. And the one thing I want to say, because I keep saying send them back, have a safe life, blah, blah, blah. 300,000 Haitians are here on TPS. Y'all do know there are like 1.5 million Haitians, something like that in the US. And like,
as I just showed you guys, 1.1 to 1.2 million.
14 million undocumented immigrants in the United States in total.
And we want them all gone. What the hell are you talking about? And there's nowhere near 40 million undocumented. Nowhere near. Got maybe 20, 25 million undocumented, but 40 million? I don't know about that number. Shout out to Mia Kim in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your Cash App, my sister. Let's let it continue.
From all backgrounds. Not to mention, a huge reason that Haiti is in the current state that it's in is because America, the United States government, has stolen and occupied Haiti and assassinated the president, like did all types of stuff to that country.
How did America occupy Haiti? Can anyone tell me? Oh, you don't have to tell me. Don't worry, family. I got this. I got this. Because Haiti invited them in the very same way that the Haitians invite other folks in. Just like the Congo invited America in. America, Donald Trump, please help us with this war with the Rwanda. And if you help us with the war Rwanda, we have much resources. We have cobalt. We have diamonds. We have whatever you need. We have gold, and we're willing to give it to you if you help us in this conflict. I've read that letter here several times on my broadcast on this network, this very network. You folks love to do business deals with the Nabisco, and then when they go bad, when they go upside down, when they flop, when it plops, you want to blame America as a whole rather than the goddamn person that did the deal with America. And then you want to come to America to be a part of that deal. What the hell are you talking about? Continue.
Like stole their entire gold reserve when my
family. I want you to look this up. The theft of the gold reserves, right? There were quite literally only like 8 Americans that went in and took that gold. Look this up. There was only like quite literally like 8 to 10 American troops that went into Haiti and took their gold. Continue.
great-grandmother whom I knew, so y'all can say, oh, it was so long ago. My great-grandmother who I knew, she was like a teenager when they did that, which is the equivalent of like you breaking into my house, stealing my television, and then when I go to your house to try to watch yours, you're like, you can't be here. Huh? But fine, whatever. But for those who have the biggest voices, right? Fine, I don't have no problem. I wouldn't mind us all going back. Can your country give back what it stole though? I'll go back if you repair me for everything that you robbed my country of. I'll go back with no questions. Like, I was born here. Both my parents are citizens, but I have no problem going back if I'm repaired. Give me back all the shit you stole from my country. I don't see what the problem is. And like I said, I'm not here quote unquote illegally, but repair us, and we'll leave. You, France, all the other countries who have stolen from Haiti. I mean, the U.S. just stole from Haiti within like I told you, my great grandmother who I knew was alive when that happened. That was just the other day. Stole Haiti's entire gold reserve. So, yeah, can y'all just repair us and we'll go home? It's no problem. Repair all of the countries you robbed, and then they won't come here. Like,
all right, family. Let me. I'm not gonna finish playing it. It got to the part where I'm about to go ahead and bring some scholarship to these bastards. Hey, Haitians, because this is a newer talking point that I've been hearing. This is a newer talking point that I've been hearing. So, Haitians who've been saying this, if y'all want America to repair y'all in order for you to return home, then you need to get to packing. Let me explain to you why. I ain't even had to get there yet. Shout out to Renaissance Woman. You must follow me on Twitter. No. All that U.S. aid outweighs the gold that was about only 500,000, not even millions. Family, like I said, she was ahead of the time on this. She was ahead of the curve. In December of 1914, before the formal U.S. occupation began, U.S. Marines entered Haiti and removed approximately, that means it ain't even 500,000. It's approximately, 500,000 in gold. 500,000 in gold, roughly the equivalent to tens of millions of today's dollars. Tens of millions. Okay. I understand. I would want to be repaid on that too. But the problem here is we've already repaid you in full. Tens of millions, it says right there, right? Here goes some U.S. facts. About 591 million in aid was obligated for fiscal year 2024. The most recent fully reported year. Another 138 million has been reported for fiscal year 2025. Let's go here. Since the earthquake, the United States Agency for International Development has allocated about $2.3 billion to help with reconstruction and development in Haiti. $2.3 billion. That outweighs your tens of millions in today's time. 2.3 billion. Y'all had $7.8 billion in damages after the hurricane. We gave you 2.3 billion to help with reconstruction and development in Haiti. Most of U.S. aid funding has focused on improving health outcomes, economic and food security, and governance and the rule of law. U.S.-based organizations carry out over half of the USA-funded reconstruction and development activities in Haiti. I hope your bags are packed. I hope you have your tickets. And that's why in that video, I made it very clear. America took about 500 in gold from Haiti, which in today's times is around, it was supposed to say tens of millions. In 2024, America gave Haiti 591 million. And in 2025, we gave Haiti another 138 million. In fact, from 2010 to 2021, we gave Haiti roughly 2.4 billion. You're good. I don't want to hear nothing about, well, pay us back what you took from us. We paid that back and then some. And I say we because it comes out of our tax money. So the American government stole from you and we had to pay you back. So now you can actually leave. Go deal with your governance over there. That's who you need to be mad at. So let's put that to bed. And that's why I have no reservations at all about seeing videos like this.
Bro, I don't give a fuck. Y'all finna see me cry on this dumbass app for the first time, bro. No one fucking, like, not being born in the fucking U.S. is so fucking hard. Like, this is so hard. They literally treat you like an alien for everything. I get it. Okay, cool. I'm a fucking alien, but bro, I can't do shit. Like, this shit fucking sucks. And then it's like, dumbass, ignorant ass people be talking about fucking immigrants. Well, bitch, like, this is not fucking fun. You think this shit's fucking fun? Like, literally. Bro, I don't give a fuck. Y'all finna see me cry on this dumbass app for the first time, bro. No one.
Yeah, I'm not too tore up about it. You know what? I'm not tore up about this either.
I'm trying. ATPS, extended per court order. That's all they're giving us. And the job won't even take it. So how the fuck are we supposed to work? If you guys do hear about TSA that they are letting us work, please give me a call. Because I was serious when I said working day. Thank you, Nicole. I'm trying to cry. I had to go pick up my last check at this job. She hired me without looking at my documents. And at the end of my first shift, I gave her my documents. And they're saying they're not accepting the TPS Haiti documents. I went to the library. I printed it out where it says it's been extended. I showed her my driver's license that even though it's the paper's permit, is you know. I'm trying, God. I'm trying. So let's go see what I made for that one day. I'm trying to work and change my life, and I can't. Thank you. You hear about TSA that they are letting us work? Please give me a call. Because I was serious when I said working day. Thank you, Nicole. I'm trying to cry. All right, thank you, Nicole. Got my shirt. Trying to cry, but that's what I made. I was getting cash. $70.
They paid her in cash, mind you. And what the hell? $70? What are you getting paid $70? Family, $70. I make freaking what, like at least $150 a day doing what I do. If it's not any more work that I'm going to be doing, I make at least $150. This is what I'm saying. $70? I'm just questioning. I'm trying to figure out, was that for a day? Was that for a week? This is my point, family. These people be acting like they come over here doing so much better than us, and they're out here getting paid $70 in cash after being let go? Was that your whole check compiled? This is what this is the lover of truth. That's my question. $70 for the week? Or is it $70 for the day? I'm highly confused right now. And she counted it like it was normal. $70. Hold on.
Let's see what I made. Oh, she gave me cash. $70.
Let's see what I made. You don't know how many hours you worked in the week? You didn't know what you were expecting? This is what I mean. You people come over here and get jobs under the table. You get these little jobs where they can just give you cash. I have never been given just straight cash. And if I have been given straight cash, it comes with a notice letting me know that I must still pay the tax. Even though it wasn't taken out of my check, it's on me to go and pay that tax. But I've never just been given straight cash, no matter what job I was working. And I worked a lot of different jobs, a lot of different jobs. Renaissance woman, that would be feasible if she was a waitress, if that was her tips. But usually when you're a waitress, at the end of the day, they give you your tips. And if she's a waitress and she made $70, where is she waitressing at? I just want to know to keep people far away from that joint. Family, like I said, I'm not too tore up at all.
And then here's the documents I gave him. I'm shaking. And then I copy of my work permit. My new license, so whatever. They gave us the driving permit. And then where it says it's been extended per court order. Gave them all that, y'all.
And here's the thing. It can't be extended per court order because the Supreme Court already ruled that Donald Trump can end it. So no matter what paper you bring to those people saying you got a court order, everybody's looking at that court order as a falsified document. Because everybody knows that the Supreme Court already ruled that you got to go. Shout out to my good brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. So since the Supreme Court already said that, hey, you got to go, No lower courts can say otherwise. So you handing them that document, it's a falsified document. So bye, wanna be American Pie. Drove your docket to the place, but the place ran dry. Tossed your docket in the trash and it made you cry. Tether. Wipe a tear from your eye. Let's go, family. I am not at all moved by that whatsoever. Why? Because apparently the Haitians, they're getting put out of everywhere. Every and anywhere. Right now, the Haitians are getting into it with the Bohemians. Yes, family, the Haitians are getting into it with the Bohemians. And the Bohemians are quite unsatisfied with the Haitians because the Haitians are out there calling for everybody. Everybody. And when I say everybody, I mean in the way that Betty Wright said, everybody, think back to your very first time. That's how these Haitians just came out. They came out against the Bohemians like everybody needs to boycott the Bahamas. Don't go to the Bahamas. The Bahamas is disrespecting Haitians. And shout out to Betty Wright, one of my favorite singers to ever do it. Betty Wright, not Betty White. The woman who brought forth after the pain, you come and love me, and I welcome you. You're a glad sight to see. That's my girl. One of my favorite people to ever do it, just so y'all know. Anyhow, I digress. Let's get into these Bohemians and these Haitians. Let's go here.
All causes, all tourists, to make sure every industry, to make sure to boycott Bahamas, boycott Bahamas, to stop this discrimination against Haitian children.
Y'all is figuring fucking crazy.
State Representative Daphne Campbell, who accuses the Bahamas of being inhumane in its new immigration policy. The policy requires foreigners to have a passport of their nationality as well as a residential stamp. Campbell is advising companies, cruise ships, and individuals not to do business with the Bahamas. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigration, the Honorable Fred Mitchell, calls Ms. Campbell's comments foolish and based on false information.
We have known for some time that she was about to make some statement or press conference because it's been widely promoted in the social media. So our diplomats in Florida were authorized to reach out to her office to disabuse her of any notions with regard to this. She and her office ignored any entreaties, refused to accept any of the information. So essentially, it appears that she just decided to stick to her story. This question of children being discriminated against in the Bahamas. It's all foolishness, utter lies. The question of boycotts and all the rest of that, that's always a two-edged sword. Bahamians spend $1 billion in the Florida economy a year. So if we want to go down that road, we can, but that's not the road we are employing. The fact is the policy stands. They can dance on the table as much as they want, make as much noise as they want. The policy stands.
In a statement posted on her Facebook page, Representative Campbell claimed to have seen pictures of children being handcuffed. However, there is no evidence that children were in fact handcuffed. ZNS News will continue to follow this story.
Bahamians are still outraged over Daphne Campbell's recent comments surrounding the execution of the Bahamas' new immigration policy, and she's calling for cruise ships to boycott the Bahamas as a result. Well, our news team spoke with a number of people today who talked about their initial reaction after seeing the video clip of her press conference for the first time. A number of them said they had to watch the video at least twice before because they couldn't believe what they had heard.
It's disgraceful. It's unthankful. They are just not right. This country, the Bahamas, has done too much for the Haitians. And that's the reason why they're here up until today. We did so much for the Haitians, where we could have bought lawnmowers and cut our own grass because we tried to empower them. We give them the businesses. Okay, and to hear that lady get up on the radio and try to stop business from coming into to this Bahamas, it's disgraceful. Now, there's no discrimination against Haitian children. The Haitians ran out the house or around the surroundings and left their children. If anything, they should be prosecuted. The parents should be prosecuted. Exactly know what she's talking about. You know, our laws have to be enforced. If we have an immigration problem, Miami has the same problem. They have a wet and dry situation for the Cubans. Why she isn't making noise about the Haitians having a wet and dry situation in the U.S.? We have to run the Bahamas. It's a small rock. This is for Bahamians and not for foreigners.
She's not a Bahamian. Okay, I know she's been in the Bahamas before. Why would she say it against us?
I feel she should get together with some of our other counterparts and go to Haiti and try to make a difference there, so that when their people return, they would have some sort of livelihood and something that they could return to.
Why don't you try to help build up Haiti? Make Haiti a better place so the Haitians wouldn't have to be running to the Bahamas. And furthermore, she mentioned about the children. The children obviously has parents. And the children were not here before the parents. The parents came here and then the children. The parents came here illegal. They were wrong. So then we're supposed to make it right with the children? No, I beg to differ.
You don't come here and then you're going to try to take over. I create the same situation over there like you're doing here. She knows what she can do with what she's got to say. She can do the next best thing and use tissue, as far as I'm concerned.
Get the hell out of the Bahamas. That's what I say.
Well, Prime Minister Christie is standing behind the immigration policy of the Bahamas. He said a recent meeting with Haitian pastors revealed their support in ensuring the policy is enforced and Haitians go to the embassy to get their passports. Mr. Christie pointed out that there are many Bahamians with other nationalities mixed in their blood, and the aim is to treat everyone fairly. Mr. Christie says he spoke with the Haitian president to inform him that the immigration policy stands. The Prime Minister also responded to the Florida lawmaker Daphne Campbell of Haitian descent, who publicly asked for people to boycott the Bahamas.
We must be relentless in protecting, but we must never lose sight of how we govern and how the world will look at us. So when this lady talks absolute nonsense about boycotting the Bahamas, absolute nonsense about boycotting the Bahamas, all she is doing is feeding resentment and response. Not progressive. The same as when the Cubans say boycott. Same thing.
Family, somebody put it in the chat a little while ago, and this have me in tears back here. Two things that was put in the chat had me in tears. But the first thing was somebody said that Haitians are the Nigerians of the Caribbean. That just threw me for a loop. Because the exact same thing that's happening with the Nigerians is definitely happening with the Haitians all across the goddamn Caribbean area. And I don't mean to laugh at their misfortune, but damn it, you should have been talking shit. You shouldn't have been talking shit. Shout out to Hebrew Native in the building. Shalom to your family, and thank you for being here. Now, I got to go over and pass it over to my sister Jazzy, our sister Jazzy. And she's going to explain to you why Haitians are getting kicked out of everywhere they go. let's go here.
Okay, so the reason why other countries be kicking out Haitians, right, is because they be coming to people's spot and they try to take over your spot. They come to people's spot and they think that they are superior to people in their own land. That's why. They don't want to listen to what nobody's saying to them. They don't want to change nothing. Okay? And they just, then when people say stuff to them, they just play victim. They don't take no type of accountability at all. Like, they don't have any like respect for other people in the diaspora at all. And one of the reasons why is because they feel like the reason why everybody free is because of them. They think that the reason why everybody free is because of them, right? Which, for instance, Jamaica, to think that about Jamaicans is to dismiss their history of the Maroons, right? To think that about America dismisses the 100-year war with the Gullah Geechee, right? The Stono Rebellion, right? Yamasi. Like, they come to people's places and they dismiss, they act like would nobody be free, as if America didn't have whole free society since the 1600s, right? If they say they brought the first, mind you, the first oldest slave trade in America is the indigenous slave trade. But if we're going to talk about the African slave trade, right, that's since the 1607, right? We had free societies, free black towns, literally, since 1607. Like, so it's like there was already people who was free here. What do you mean nobody would be free if it wasn't for you when there was already black people that were free here? Right? Right. So that's the thing about it. Mind you, the Caribbean was a place where they used to send American enslaved people there for punishment. Okay, because Caribbean slavery was much harsher and more deadlier than American U.S. based slavery. Okay, so they were like the trenches. You did not want to get sent there. And even in the indigenous slave trade, they were sending indigenous peoples to the Caribbeans. Okay, and they was constantly finding their way back here. But that's the reason why. That's the reason why they be sitting up there talking about hoodoo, they voodoo and hexing people and shit like that. And nobody got time for that. They don't want to do nothing nobody else's way. They only want to do it their way. And they get very disrespectful. They get very disrespectful towards the natives of any place that they go to. And they're also very fucking entitled. So because they think that they're the reason why everybody is free, they feel like everybody owes them. And they run around in other people's countries and they treat people like that. That's why they be getting put out everywhere. That's why they be getting put out everywhere. And honestly and truthfully, another thing too, let me tell you another reason. A lot of people do not consider them to be like conventionally attractive, right? Which could be based on Eurocentric beauty standards. They don't really want them to be the face of the Caribbean, right? Just like, so they was rejected from them. They was rejected by the Caribbeans. They was rejected from CARICOM for a long time. Then they was rejected from Latin spaces and Latin stuff, even though they're right there on the island of Hispaniola. So they were rejected from them too. And then, because, you know, other islands, like even here, Jamaica, Trinidad, Dominican Republic, Dominica, they was holding it down for the beauty standards. Okay, Puerto Rico, they was holding it down. They was holding it down for the beauty standards. Cuba, like, that's what people were thinking of, right? St. Lucia, right? Grenada, like, that's what people were thinking about. So that was another reason why they were rejected too. Okay, is because of that as well. So they weren't catching all the pretty privilege of the diaspora. And what else had happened too? Trying to think what else. Yeah, they just lived a completely different way. They just lived a completely different way. They was fucking the brand up, if you will. Okay, they was fucking the brand up, if you will, and everybody just got tired of that shit. Everybody just got tired of them putting on fucking airs, but they had nothing to show for it.
Family, I had to leave this comment up until that video was done, because this right here is hilarious. Shout out the Renaissance woman. Oh my God, that was good. She said their voodoo hasn't worked since 1804. They need a charger. Damn. And still Kevin Tree, shout out to you too, because exactly what I was feeling. He said, damn, a voodoo charger is crazy work. I love it. They have Wyclef, but Wyclef can't charge the voodoo up now. You know, you need you a voodoo charger for that, you know? The voodoo has not worked since 1804. You've been out here having to pay the same people that you put voodoo on. Did the voodoo actually work, or did they say, you know what, let's get up out of here and let these Negroes just pay us for another 100 years or so? Like, the voodoo had too much karmic effect on it, because you got them out of there, but then you had to pay them for all that time. That is crazy work. And it ain't been the same ever since. I'm just saying, you can't blame America for all of your issues. Exactly. That shit backfired with the quickness. Oh, shoot, man. Exactly, bad. Voodoo didn't stop reparations. You had to pay them reparations. Good Lord. Shout out Hawthorne Maad in the building. Much love to you, Warrior, and thank you for being here. Now, family, before we move on, because I got one more segment, I'm going to get into I'm going to do a FBA news drop tomorrow. And we'll talk about Godfrey tomorrow. Excuse me, Godfrey tomorrow. And we'll also be talking about Ice Baby tomorrow, because I have a lot of stuff I wanted to show you guys about what's been happening ever since the birthright citizenship decision came down. Oh, family, there is so many things going on. There are people being taken out of the house in families and arrested. You got people who are running companies being arrested. They're shutting down plants and deporting people. It is getting real in the field, family. It is getting real in the field. So tomorrow we'll be talking about the Ice Baby situation. We'll be talking about Godfrey, and we'll be talking about a couple of other things. However, let's play this next clip before we get to the next segment.
I just saw a Haitian on TikTok talking about the CIA being the cause of the divide between Black Americans and Haitians, and Black Americans and other Black immigrants. I need for y'all to stop consuming so much of our culture, because that's the only reason you would ever make a statement like that. Y'all consume so much of our culture that y'all forget that y'all are not Black Americans, which means the CIA do not have to lift a finger to fuck up what y'all got going on. All they have to do is get a politician to put pen to paper and they can end your fucking existence, okay? So stop spouting our talking points, okay? The CIA has nothing to do with the divide between us, okay? You and your community is to blame for the divide between us. Your parents telling y'all to stay away from us is due to the divide of us. Has nothing to do with the CIA. Y'all ain't shit the CIA got to worry about, because they can get rid of y'all any fucking time they want to.
That's it. That's all. Let that simmer in the wind. Oh, take it in, Tethers. Breathe it into your core being. Breathe it into your body. Bring it into your mind. Bring it into your soul. Because that is the facts. Now, family, let's get into this last segment here. I know there's a lot going on with them trying to force us to be non-American, to throw away our Americanisms, while at the very same time, people are fighting to remain in the Americas, who are not American citizens, who are not let's just say they're not supposed to even be here. They want those people, quite literally, to be brought into America as if they're deserving of it. Well, family, I want you to understand something. While they're out there telling us we shouldn't be American, while they're out there telling us we shouldn't celebrate the 4th of July, while they're out there telling us that we were slaves during that time, so we should turn our backs on that day. These publications, these Democratic publications, they're celebrating immigrants with the aesthetic of Americanism. Not someone who's actually American, with the aesthetic. Vanity Fair put out a cover for the 250th anniversary of the 4th of July. And I'm going to read what Freedman Culture, shout out to Freedman, had to say on this. Why is there an African on the cover of Vanity Fair to commemorate the 250th July 1st? Think he meant 4th. While they're doing that, family, they got a Jamaican woman on the cover of Essence calling her the people's champion. Oh, they're trying their hardest. But they can miss me with the bull stuff. Exactly. Written by an African at that. Family, these two here are not in isolation. Understand what they're trying to say to you. That immigrants are more American than you will ever be. And as a foundational Black American, I reject that wholeheartedly. And I'm sure I speak for the rest of us. But since we're talking about Essence, Tetherfest, you know, Essence was having some problems. You know, Caroline Wanga, she went on and sued them because they was blaming her for the outcome of the last Essence Fest that they said wasn't a failure, but the lawsuit quite literally states that she's suing them for the blame or being blamed for the failure of the Essence Festival. So that goes to show that what we say go and what we say was correct, and it's still correct. And for all the people, just like all the naysayers in the blackout, all the people who participated and wanted to go to Essence Fest, don't come crying to us. I explained this already, but yet the first thing you do when you realize you're being scammed is come crying to us. The first thing that you do when you don't like the fact that these bastards are scamming you, you're running back to the very same people that told you, don't come running to us when this happens to you. Matter of fact, let's start here. That goes for vendors too. Let's go.
As a vendor right now, it's especially so fucking pissed and because our road is like fucking empty, like legit, so much space here. Meanwhile, our entire audience is like stuck back there. They're not letting them in. People are really truly no one at these booths, and there are thousands of people over there waiting to get in, can't get in. We're missing out on like over half our sales. Bro, the lack of people in here is ridiculous. I'm not just on. Yo, that's the line over there. We trying to get in, right? You know how long that line is? So look at the road. You see all that space? Like, as a vendor at Essence Fest and BeautyCon, you're not even getting half the sales you're supposed to get because they're holding everyone back in the line. What the fuck? And people spend money to get here, flights. We put product down. We spend money on banners, on like setup. And people can't even get in. And when they do get in, they're rushing to the free, the big vendors like Doug and like Tide and the MEL, and all the small brands are suffering. You can't get sales. I'm not gonna lie. I heard some like rumors and bad stuff about Essence before I came, but this is like much worse I could ever expect. And I'm not trying to shit on like nobody, like no black owned brand, but respectfully, fuck that. We're making our sales, we're not making our money. We spend money. I'm not even gonna break even. I'm just fucking pissed right now. I'm fucking pissed. I'm not gonna lie.
Family, do you think Michelle Obama was enough to keep that thing going? Because in case you didn't know, yeah, They had Michelle Obama there. Michelle Obama to bring, in my opinion, the Look Live conversation to the 2026 Essence Festival of Culture. Do you think that that went well for them? Not only were they scamming that, there was another lady, and I went to go pull up the video. However, the video has been removed or is unavailable. But this video clip here that I was trying to play was actually showing this woman who was trying to purchase Essence tickets. And she purchased because they split up the days. So you could either buy tickets for all 3 days or you could buy singular tickets. They split up the ticket sales for the singulars, right? For the people who bought the single tickets, they bought the tickets because somebody was performing on that day, or they wanted to see somebody on that day that was going to be there on that day. Well, when they split those tickets, they revamped what they were going to do and who was going to perform or speak on what day. So people who had already purchased their tickets was upset because they expected those people to perform or speak on the day that they purchased their ticket for, only for them to remove. You saw her video? Okay. Only for them to remove who she wanted to see from her day and put them on another day. Hey, Jones said it sounds like that a Carmella event Black Alpha ran down on. Yeah, it does. Scam, give it a scam. But family, like I said, you think we care? Nope. We told y'all. Anybody that don't want to be on code, don't come back to us if your dumb ass gets scammed or anything else. Let's go here.
I see y'all starting to make these videos about Essence Fest and vendors not being paid and complaining about Essence Fest. I don't nobody want to hear that shit. We told y'all funky asses to not go down there fucking around with Essence Fest. We told Black American people that Essence Fest had been taken over, and all the proceeds and all the money, the owner has specifically said that he was sending that stuff overseas back to Africa for the fund. I forgot the name of the fund. I literally had a video go viral. Now y'all want to come to the internet. Y'all do not get these people no views, no nothing on these damn videos about Essence Fest, because Black people, we try to stick together, some of us, and we try to tell y'all like, listen, this has changed. It's no longer ours. We no longer running that. They not paying people correctly. Because in my video specifically, I said that they were not paying local vendors. This was a problem last year. Now y'all want to be mad. Oh well. You chose to do it. You chose to go. Like, we cannot keep giving empathy to Black people who choose to stay involved in the system and not stick with the community. Like, you got what you got. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
Shout out to that sister. Yep, you got what you got. You get what you get, and you can't throw a fit because that's what you paid for. We told you. We told you, and now they showed you, and you upset. We told you, and they showed you, and now you're upset. It sounds like a personal problem to me. It was an individualistic situation when you bought those tickets because you wasn't trying to stand on business with us. So it's an individualistic situation when you get scammed by those places, whether being a vendor or a participator. It's that simple. It is that plain. Now, family, can we talk about the BET Awards, since we're talking about Essence? Can we talk about the BET Awards, the Tether Awards, the goddamn platform, BET as a whole? Can we talk about it for a second, family? I want to know, is it okay that we have a quick conversation about BET and the BET Awards? Now, family, I don't watch BET. I haven't watched BET in almost 20 years. I haven't watched BET since I was 20 actually. 20. So I don't watch the BET Awards either. Sometimes, from time to time, I might watch a clip of the performances depending on who's performing. But I don't watch the BET Awards, right? And if I want to see a performance, then I'll go to YouTube and I'll look up the person's performance. And the reason why I don't support BET is because of the crap that they were putting on BET about 20 years ago. And just so everybody know who don't know, BET is not black owned. BET is owned by a Jewish man. I forget his first name, but his last name is Redstone. His daughter now owns BET because he passed away. Samir Redstone is his name. If I'm correct, I believe it's Samir Redstone. So BET has not been black owned for a long time. It's been black targeted. And even when I used to like 106 in Park, they destroyed that show. They destroyed every good show that BET had. All to start running Tyler Perry, another person I really don't rock with, but still, I do rock with the fact that he does rock with the community from time to time. I can't lie. He's done some things for the community. Not a lot, but he has done some things. So I'll put my dislike of him to the side, but I don't watch Tyler Perry movies. I don't like the way they make us look. I don't watch Power. I don't like the way it makes us look. I didn't watch Empire. Didn't like the way it make us look. I'm one of those type of people, if I'm watching a TV show and they're overly acting as if this is how we are degenerately, naturally. No, I don't. We're not degenerates. And I don't like any network that shows us to be degenerates. Now, I understand there are some situations where we have gangsters and things like that, but that's not the whole of our people. Not every black man is abusive to a black woman. Not every black woman is low down and dirty and want to get away from her husband to get to a Nabisco man. I don't like these things, so I don't give them my attention. And hopefully, them not having my attention, they get canceled or go away. In the very same way, when Netflix came with that, what was the name of that damn show that they came with? The cartoon version of, not Happy Days. God dang it, I'm spacing on the name of that damn TV show. With Thelma, with JJ. God dang it. I expect Good Times. Thank you. Thank you, my brother AO. Good Times. I don't know why the hell I was sitting there spacing so damn hard. But when they came with that remake, I didn't watch it. And neither did you. All y'all coming in with the good times. Thank you. Thank all of you. But we didn't watch it. And because it didn't have our attention, it went to the wayside. It got canceled really quick. That's how I move when it comes to these type of things. So I don't watch the BET Awards. Haven't watched it in 20 years. But I did see somebody post this. Wait 1 second. Somebody posted this. Apparently, there was some African lady up there claiming that we are all African. Shout out to Africa, because that's what we all are. Or whatever the case may have you. And people came out, rightfully so, calling her out and calling out BET for trying to push this rhetoric. Let's go.
BET, unless my ancestors come from the gruesome. Okay, BET, unless my ancestors come from the gruesome grave and tell me something different, stop telling Black America that they're Africans. This lady on BET, and I didn't watch it, but someone sent me a clip, right, of this lady saying, remember where you came from. What? Girl, I'm an American. Point blank. It was conquered, and that's just what I am now, right? But I am indigenous to this land, not Africa. Maybe Africa was a part of our land, and they divided it. That's why you're saying it. But y'all look, they trying to take what they try to do to Essence Fest, and we debunked it in New Orleans and Baton Rouge and the rest of Louisiana. So now they on to BET. Look, YT owners, stop it. We not going for it. You're not going to get us like you got us when we were children. Okay? We're not Africans. We're not letting them eat off our money. They're not going to do nothing. I am so sad. I will never watch BET again, ever.
Family, I might not watch the BET Awards, but if this is the reaction that is garnering, I want them to continue this disrespect so that the family can continue to say, I will no longer watch BET. Damn BET. Let BET die. Now, golly, what happened to my thing? I want to show you something that an African came out and stated, and he had to tell some damn truth of why these people are trying so damn hard once again to Africanize us in his eyes. We know they need us, but he's just now realizing that we never needed them. It was always the opposite around. Let's go here, family. Give me 1 second. All right. That's where we want to go, right here. Let's go here. Shout out to our sister. Excuse me. Shout out to our sister Key Prince in the building. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. And thank you for being a member for 10 months strong, my warrior sister. That's Burner Boy's mother. Thank you for your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And thank you for all you do and all you've done. Yes, that's Burner Boy's mother, huh? All right. Well, Burner Boy's mother, you can take your ass back to Africa and say that nonsense. At least there you'll be telling the truth. Now let's go here.
Are furious. And it is a sign of jealousy that Black Americans cannot be deported anywhere. They're untouchable. They're untouchable. You have to understand, and you have to agree the truth. Man, Black Americans have done nothing to you. They welcomed you with both hands. They welcomed everyone. They fed everyone. They supported everyone. They supported every business. They supported every move. But then what they received back, man, it's not something good. It's not really something good. Even if there is no love, even if there is no any, you don't feel that, just respect. Have respect to those people who receive you in that country. Because we know some other countries where you can just move to, man, and you can't make it. You can't even succeed. But immigrants come to the United States, they succeed. They get richer, they get money, they get everything. And then, they pay back to the host, to the people who received you. You say they are lazy, they don't know how to work. We shouldn't have behaved like that. At least you should have appreciated people who received you. You should have appreciated that simple action, just appreciation and respect. That's what the Black Americans need. Appreciation and respect. In every society, respect. You respect others, they respect you. But then after that, you wish them to be deported. Where? Where? Because you, the immigrants, you have migrated from somewhere. That's the meaning of immigrants. You have migrated from somewhere here. Why do you want people who are born from there, they own ancestral lands there, and you want them to be deported? Man, that's nonsense. It seems that the good thing the Black Americans do to immigrants, it always backfires them. And then immigrants come to the United States, and then they always claim different parts of the United States as theirs. Some immigrants in the United States are furious that Black Americans cannot be deported. Man, I thought it was jokes. People have ignored the truth. Maybe they don't even know that, or they have ignored the reality. They still claim why Black Americans cannot be deported. They don't know the history. They don't want to read. They don't even care. For them, they want Black Americans to be deported no matter what. They found out that it is impossible. It's not possible to just deport Black Americans like the way they deport others. It started when the Latinos were questioning why Black Americans can't be deported. Mexicans, same. Africans, same. Saying that, oh, we're the same with Black Americans. Why can't Black Americans be deported? They always in that delusion of thinking that Black Americans have same status as other immigrants, which is not the truth. Black Americans have supported everybody. Let's put respect on those people. People, they see that Black Americans, why are not getting deported? Why? What's behind that? They always point that you're going to be the next. You Black Americans, you're going to be the next. But then they found out Black Americans cannot be deported. People should have done their research. Because telling Black Americans that you're the next, man, it's like you're ignoring the reality. You're ignoring what's real. For you, you are using your emotions. Your emotions are controlling you, feeling that, man, if I'm being targeted to be deported, so the Black Americans have to be deported too, which is impossible. You forget that Black Americans have put a stone in the foundation of the country.
I got to give a shout out to that dude. You know, I can't call him a tether at all. I got to call him a brother. Got to give him a shout out. You know, he spoke nothing but facts, and he said exactly what we're saying, and he made sure that people understand that this comes from delusion. This comes from a wanting to be able to participate in our economy. This comes from them being envious of us. And to be honest with you, I get it. I get it. You know, we're some of the greatest people around the world, but you mad at us because you can't be us? I mean,
my problem. Yeah, it's just not my problem. No.
Just gotta tell the truth. Now, no lies told. I agree. I agree. Team non-deportable. Shout out to Black Alpha. He did his research, spoke the truth. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Now, family, we got to move on to this. At the BET Awards, they honored our lovely foundational Black American sister, Lauryn Hill. Now, I love me some Lauryn Hill. I love her music. I love her being. Hell, my name is Lawrence. And I always said, when I get married and I have me a daughter, because I already got a son and he's grown now, so I won't be rushing into this. But when I get married and I have me a daughter, I'm going to name my daughter Lauren. And many people thought it was after me. And I was like, yeah, but really, no, it's after Lauryn Hill. So I love me some Lauryn Hill. And the BET, they honored Lauryn Hill by having her daughter come out and, you know, sing a tune or two. And then they had a few other people come out. Doechii, which I wasn't too much of fond of. I didn't see it, but just hearing that she's there, yeah, I'm not fond of that at all. Queen Latifah was there, and shout out to her, you know, and a few other people they had honoring her. I say that to say this because this isn't about the honoring of Lauryn Hill. I love that they honored Lauryn Hill, and she should be honored. Exactly, crew. That's why I didn't like. As soon as I heard she was there, and I seen the little pictures and stuff like that, I cringed. I really cringed. She shouldn't have been up there whatsoever. This woman said that black men, or excuse me, straight men, is the biggest red flag to her. So yeah, I didn't want her up there at all. But she was there. After the award ceremony, there was a person that came out and made some assertions that has to be addressed. A B1 salute to by FBA, excuse me. I don't know what I forgot. I'm used to saying by black. Shout out to by FBA. Thank you for your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior sister. Exactly, Nene. Don't you pushes that gender divide nonsense, and that's another reason why I don't like her whatsoever. I like her music. Don't get me wrong. She's talented. But that personality, and I did a breakdown of that too. I believe it's in the members only area, or it's either in the members or it's on my Patreon, where I broke down Doechie's mindset. She was one of those type of females that talk bad about men, but then when she was with this dude, she was in love with this dude, and he put a gun to her head, and she's like, do it, I trust you, do it. This is the type of person that they allowed on that stage to honor Lauryn Hill, but I digress. I gotta go here because we gotta correct some things. Let's get some straightening. This woman, this Haitian, Caribbean, Asian, big back beluga whale, we don't know what she is. But every time she comes out, she's of a different race. And I want you to hear what she had to say about Lauryn Hill.
Prime example of that Black American versus Haitian shit only exists online. Now, on my main page, I've had to throw several Black Americans completely off my page for disrespecting Haitians. At the end of the day and the beginning of the next, if you pissed about her winning at the BET Awards and you Black American, you say she a one-hit wonder and she don't have to do it. Let me explain it to you. Baby, when you do something right, you only have to do it once. Okay? She not talking about pop your ass, finesse, and all that shit, like the shit that y'all used to. Okay? She tried to give you bitches a queen mindset, and she did that. When you do something right, I'm going to say it slower, you only have to do it once. So to call her a one-hit wonder, you out of your goddamn mind. You wish you could get the success she has. And the reason y'all hating on her, because she a Haitian woman. Bitch, bow down. Bow down, because she did what none of you other bitches have been able to do yet. Bow the fuck down.
Nigga, please.
Did you take a stupid pill with your breakfast this morning, Admiral?
Lauryn Hill is from New Jersey. Lauryn Hill and her family are all foundational Black Americans. She had children with the Jamaican, but she is not a Jamaican. She was in a group with two Haitians, but she is not Haitian. Lauryn Hill is a foundational Black American. I want to make sure all the idiots who think that Understand me when I say, just because she was in the Fugees and she was in a group with two Haitians, one of them being one of the PDFs, just because she was in a group with two Haitians, that does not make her Haitian. And this big back beluga whale, hippopotamus looking piece of confused nonsense, because she don't even know where she is. Every time she comes out in the video, she's from a different location. She's from the Caribbean. She's Dominican. She's Haitian. Now she's half Chinese, apparently, half Asian. I seen a video where she out there was acting like she was pretending to be disrespecting Cyrus Belton, so that the Asians can run to her and trust and tell her what's really going on. No, I don't believe that one bit. You're so much of a habitual liar, I wouldn't believe that even if it was true. The Haitians came to her and told her that Rick Child, his real name isn't Rick Child. He was an actual Chinese drug lord, and the Chinese, he has all the guns and drugs, and he was running all this stuff. Family, this woman, even if all that was true, I would not believe you, because you are quite literally a habitual lying clown.
Send in the clowns.
And not a Laffy Daffy one. I am quite certain that this woman is an agent, or she's schizophrenic, bipolar, something. I want to go here as well for anybody who thinks that she's a one-hit wonder. After Lauren allowed her children to grow up, after Lauren spent time with her children at home, being a good mother, Lauren came out and did a handful of singles. A one-hit wonder does one song and disappear. Lauren did an album and then did several singles after that album. My favorite song from Lauryn Hill ain't even on the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill album. Let me say that again. My favorite song from Lauryn Hill isn't even on the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Shout out to Sweet Butters. 1804 is the definition of a one-hit wonder. Oh, that was so beautiful. That was so sensational. Family, ain't nothing less to be said on that one for Haiti. I'm telling you right now. Talking about one-hit wonders, you should have just kept that to your damn self. Curiosity says, "Eye on the Sparrow, Sister Act 2. Nope, that's not it, but that was a good song too. Especially the way they sung it together. They were, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches over me. When let me stop. See, you're getting me into the mood for more Lauryn Hill. See, come on, crew. My portions do not play. Anyway, one of my favorite songs, my most favorite song from Lauryn Hill, and some of you may have seen it if you saw a post that I made earlier today. is a song called I Get Out. We're going to go here. And this is what I have to say. There are some people who are trying to claim that number one, Lauryn Hill is Haitian, and number two, that she's a one-hit wonder. Number one, Lauryn Hill is a foundational Black American. Number two, one of my favorite songs, it's actually my favorite, from Lauryn Hill is a song that isn't even on the Miseducation album. It's a song called I Get Out. This song, if you haven't heard it, it's the perfect representation of all the different movements going on within the FBA community. And if you haven't heard that song, I suggest you go and hear it. Now, I also go on to say, before Not Like Us, I Get Out was my personal FBA anthem. The lyrics in it alone. I get out of all your boxes, I get out. You can't hold me in these chains, I get out. Father, free me from this bondage. Knowing my condition is the reason I must change. My sister killed that track. She killed that track. Family, it applies to the Tethers too. That one song, oh, it applies to the Tethers too. When Lauryn says in the song, I just don't sympathize no more. I cannot compromise no more. Because now I understand. You just want to use me. You say love and abuse me. You never thought you'd lose me, but how quickly we forget that nothing is for certain. You thought I sit here hurting? Oh, family. Hold on, because I got to pull it up. Hold on, family. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. Give me 1 second, because I want, there are specific lyrics that I want to make sure. And I want to make sure I'm giving the queen her justice. It's been a while, but look. And I have posted the song on my the post section, the community tab there, so you can go and listen to it right after this. But she says, I just don't sympathize no more, because now I understand. You just want to use me. You say love, then abuse me. You never thought you lose me, but how quickly we forget that nothing is for certain. You thought I'd stay here hurting. The guilt trip just ain't working. Repressing me to death. Because now I'm choosing life, yo. I'll take the sacrifice, yo. If everything must go, then go. That's how I choose to live. Family, that right there in itself, tell me that isn't, or it does not pertain to what we're going through, not only within government, but with these tethers. They're talking about, oh, they're trying to take away your rights. They're taking away the right to vote. They're taking away the seats. They're gerrymandering people. Not if everything must go, then go. That's how we choose to live. If you're not doing for us, guess what? Let it go away. You just want to use me. Say love and abuse me. All these tethers running around here talking about what? We love you, brother. We love you, FBS. Don't worry, my brother. That's just some of them over there, but we love you. And they're doing it in order to what? Use us. They're doing it in order to use what we have actually fought for. Shout out to our brother Wild Williams in the building. You never thought that we would say, we're done with you guys. You never thought that we would say, hey, we're not sticking around. But now we choosing life, yo. We're choosing ourselves. We'll take the sacrifice, yo. Everything that we're doing right here to make sure everybody sees if we can't live comfortably equally, we can all live equally uncomfortably. I get out. Make sure you guys go and listen to that song right after this. Exactly. Shout out 400 in the building. Self-love era. That's what we're on. We're on that self-love. We're on a different frequency. And as much as I love Not Like Us before Not Like Us came, this was my anthem for a reason. She said, I won't protect your lies no more. I won't even try no more. If I gotta die, oh Lord, that's how I choose to live. Because the system just ain't working. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna let y'all listen to it. Like I said, I want y'all to love that song as much as I do, because when you think about everything we're doing right now, the different factions of foundational Black Americans bringing out information, whether it's goddamn the indigenous folk or the foundational Black Americans or the Cajuns, anything else. We're going against this system. And we're speaking against what is being taught in the system. And we're shattering the illusion of that system. So yes, I love me some Lauryn Hill. I will forever love me some Lauryn Hill. And I will forever love this song, because this song, quite literally, once you listen to it, I want you all to tell me in the comment section of the post that I posted the song on, if that is not the record of our FBA existence. Knowing my condition is the reason I must change. Once we looked around and saw that nobody was our friend, once we looked around and saw that nobody rocks with us, once we looked around and saw all these people getting into political positions and moving against our community, We realized the condition and we made the conscious steps, and we did this collectively. We didn't sit down and have a conversation about it. We did this collectively. Came out and said, knowing our conditions is the reason we must change. Well, FBAs, y'all never been like this before. Y'all sound like this. Y'all sound like that. Knowing our conditions is the reason we changed. We don't have nobody. And we had to adapt to that. Now, let me play this clip.
As a group, we have to hyphenize.
Cooking with hot grease?
Been several iterations.
Is he cooking with hot grease?
Been several iterations. Colored, Negro, Black, Afro-American. We have to define ourselves as a group. We have to hyphenize ourselves. The African-American one is just horrible. We're inconsistent with it. For example, if somebody comes from Morocco or from Libya, we don't call them an African-American. We're only talking about people from sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, fine. Charlize Theron is South African. No, because she's white, but she's from Africa. Yeah, but her ancestors are not from there. 3, 4, 5 generations of them are. No, African American. That's a term that we use for individuals of African descent who survived slavery. Okay, then Obama was not our first African American president because his father was a Kenyan and they were not a product of slavery. It just breaks down. It just doesn't work. I don't want to be hyphenated. I don't want to be hyphenated. I don't need to be hyphenated.
Is he cooking with hot grease?
Yes, he is. And we won't let you hyphenate our Queen Sister Lauryn Hill or any of us. We are not African. We are not anything that you say we are. We're foundationals. Before we get out of here, there's one more thing I want to touch on. Shout out to Wild Williams. Tell them church like walk in the streets in Watts. And they say, what up, homie? Where you from? Rep your set. All day. But they're going to say, what's up, homie? Where you from? Now, shout out the crew. He said he's making too much sense. So much sense, they will call him a Russian bot. Oh, shout out to our brother on that one. Now, family, that wasn't the only thing. That wasn't the only thing. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick before we get up out of here. Let me pull it up real quick because I want to show you before we get into it. While the BET Awards was going on, BET Awards was hosted by Drewski this year. And let me see. I think I sent it to myself. The BET Awards was hosted by Drewski this year. And while he was hosting, let me see. Is this it? No, that's not it. While he was hosting, they played a skit. All right, let me go back here. Let me just pull it up here. They played a skit that didn't sit well. It didn't sit well with me because I didn't even see it from the BET Awards. So I didn't know what context this was in. right? I just thought it was a regular Drewski skit. But apparently, Drewski did a skit that mocked Joe Jackson. And that didn't go down well. I want to show you this skit before I give my commentary and tell you what happened after which. Let's go here. And this is one of the reasons why I said if I had a major problem with the movie, that my major problem is the way that they portray Joe Jackson. I said that when I came to you guys and I brought my opinion on the film. A lot of people didn't like it so much, but you know, I told the truth. I told the truth. I did not like the way they portrayed Joe Jackson. They made him this soulless piece of POS, basically. And they honed in on that. So now Drewski is out here making, and don't think that this isn't from the same people that brought you the Michael Jackson verdict from Netflix. Don't think that they didn't tell Drewski, we want you to do this kind of skit. Jafar Jackson was in the audience and Janet Jackson was in the audience. You don't think that they knew what they were doing? They knew exactly what they were doing. Yes, Brother Reef, they portrayed him as abusive in the Jackson series too. But here's the thing. They also humanized him. They showed that balance when Mike got burnt by the fireworks when doing the Pepsi commercial. When Joe Jackson went to the hospital. And the reporters were trying to get into the room. They were trying to ask some questions, this, that, and the third. And Joe told them, hey, man, you got a son? Do you have kids? And the reporter was like, nah, I don't have kids. And Joe said, that's my son in there. My son. Everything that Joe did in the movie, well, the miniseries, it kind of balanced out when they humanized Joe. That showed that Joe just wanted the best for his children. Joe was doing what he felt he needed to do to get his family out of the situation in which they were in. But to make fun of that, and in the new Jackson movie, in the Michael movie, for them to demonize him so far to where that same scene comes up and he becomes a person saying, well, when can he needs to be out on the road. That's going to make him feel better. When the doctor told him he needs to get some rest. So yeah, there was more balance in the way that Jermaine portrayed his father versus the way the estate portrayed the situation. Now, here's the trailer, family. Before I do that, oh no, I don't have to do it because it's already on, god dang. But just in case.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Every legend starts with a dream.
Get y'all ass up. It's time to dance. Damn it, Tito! How many times have I say it's 1-2 step?
The untold story of Joe Jackson.
But we just want to play with the other kids.
You ain't regular kids, man. Jackson 5. Wake up, dance. Go to sleep, dance. Fix your face, man. On the top.
5, 6, 7.
Didn't I tell y'all? Practice the steps. It's step, snap, step.
Dad, I thought it was step clock.
Childhood is nothing without fatherhood.
What are you doing, Joe? You can't keep doing this, Joe.
Somebody got to teach these boys how to be a man.
I'm tired, Joe. Those boys are tired, Joe.
Well, you can leave.
If I'm leaving, I'm taking my boys with me.
Ain't nobody taking my boys out this house.
A father's love has no limits.
Why can't we go and play with the kids in the park?
Yeah.
Ain't no good playing with no kids in the park. Michael! Get back here!
Life in the 1960s, where you could get away with just about anything.
How was school, Jackie?
It was good. I finally started passing my classes again.
Jackie got a girlfriend.
Ain't y'all worried about selling records?
Calm down, Joseph. You're scaring the boys.
Talking about hit records. Who done made a hit record in this house? Hit record! Y'all gonna make a new life for me.
I'm tired of dancing.
You want me to take this belt off? Fix your face, Michael, before I fix it for you. The boys are staying!
Those are my boys!
The boys are staying!
My boys!
Follow his rise. Understand his genius.
Get back in here. It's time for rehearsal.
Experience his greatness.
Y'all gonna arrest me for doing my job? Okay, so y'all trying to take old Joe out the house for whipping my boy's ass. It's showtime. Woo! I gave y'all all I got.
Joe.
Joe, can we get ice cream after this?
Coming to theaters this fall.
That was played at the BET Awards. At the BET Awards, with Janet Jackson sitting there, with Jafar sitting there, at the BET Awards. That's what they played. And I was reading the comments, and I put as many as I could on the screen. It wasn't a funny situation there. There was nothing funny about that skit. So why did they present it at the BET Awards if not to get at Michael Jackson? Only in his death again, if not to get back at the Jackson family. Family, you don't disrespect an FBA Royal. You do not disrespect an FBA Royal. Because whether you know it or not, that's the worst move you can make. So, Janet who was there to give the award to what's her name? I'm spacing on her name. Tiana Taylor. Janet was there to give the award and support Tiana Taylor. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I can understand why. Tiana Taylor she's very talented, especially when it comes to her dance. And a lot of her dances are kind of mirrored off of Janet Jackson's choreography. So I can understand why Janet wanted to be there for her. But when Janet saw that, Janet immediately walked out. She just left. She left. And shout out to the Hula Gang in the building. That's another great point. They dissed Joe Jackson, but honored Clyde Davis. You see what kind of time they were on. But Janet did not just walk out, family. In typical Jackson fashion, more specifically, in typical Michael Jackson fashion, because Janet and Michael were the closest. And after Michael, it's Janet and Randy. In case y'all didn't know, now you know. Michael and Janet were the closest, and then after that, it's Janet and Randy. In typical Mike Jackson fashion, rubbed off onto the little sister fashion, Janet left and she made a huge statement, a TikTok, if you will. I didn't even know Janet had a TikTok, but Janet got on TikTok and she had to make a statement. And this is the statement that she made.
BET Awards again. Drewski completely trampled on the dignity of my brother, Michael.
Run that back.
I will never attend the BET Awards again. Drewski completely trampled on the dignity of my brother, Michael Jackson. I was there solely to support Tiana. But when that absurd skit played on the big screen, I was sitting right in the front row, forced to watch an actor in old age makeup, waving a belt and shouting, mocking my brother. Did they really think that was funny? In a bid to generate buzz for the show, they turned a nightmare our family actually lived through into fodder for cheap laughs. That wasn't some fictional scene from a horror movie. It was a trauma that haunted Michael his entire life. Many people have asked me why I didn't react in the moment. I didn't laugh because my family's trauma is not a tool for entertaining an audience. Nor did I get angry because I refused to give them the cheap clicks and attention they were seeking. After the ceremony, I posted only a photo with Tiana because I wanted the focus to remain on a young woman who truly loves her art. As for that performance, it showed a total disregard for boundaries, relying on the exploitation of others' pain to stir up controversy and boost ratings. I have nothing left to say about it. I will never attend the BET Awards again.
And I love the fact that Janet came out and said she will never attend the BET Awards again. She didn't just put this on Drewski. She put it right at the feet of the people who are responsible for that getting aired. And due to that, I stand 100% with Janet. Before I even had a chance to come out and say something, she said that. So I said, you know what? I'll wait so that I can play that for the family. So we can all know what being on code looks like. We already know. But for everybody else that don't understand, the same way she stood on code when they asked her about Kamala Harris, she stood on code right here. And I love it. Because now Drewski was supposed to be the next up and coming thing. He should have left it at the slave, the British acting situation. He should have left it there. He should have left it with, speaking about Charlie's wife, Erica. Should have left it there. You quite literally went off code 100-fold and disrespected Black royalty in the face of Black royalty. Now your career that was supposed to be on the upward trajectory is no longer heading that way. Let's go here, family. Let me Switch my screen. There we go.
Less than 24 hours after Drusky publicly mocked Michael Jackson at the BET Awards, Janet Jackson took 3 shocking actions that turned Drusky into a laughingstock. During his first time hosting the BET Awards, Drusky mocked Joe Jackson, a deeply painful and private issue for the Jackson family. Janet Jackson was there as a presenter, and after seeing the skit, she stormed out without saying a word and immediately took action. First, she had the family's lawyers send legal notices to both BET and Drusky. The letters claimed that the skit seriously misrepresented the family and damaged their image and reputation. They also demanded tens of millions of dollars in compensation. Second, she decided to cancel all future sponsorships and BET executives to end their partnership with Drusky as well. Finally, and most importantly, this was supposed to be Drusky's big move from internet fame into Hollywood and major television. His actions reportedly sent a clear message to Janet. Within 24 hours, several movie projects and reality shows that had planned to feature Drusky were said to have cut ties with him. Do you think Drusky's joke went too far? Less than 20.
I don't know who's reading that, but I love that they called him Drusky. So family, not only did Janet leave, not only did she give them a scathing review, but she demanded $10 million, reportedly. And then she cut all ties, reportedly. And now Drusky, somebody who was supposed to be on the uptrend in Hollywood, he's now losing those deals that he was going to get. He's now losing those roles that he was going to get. He's now falling off. All because you wanted to disrespect and thought it was appropriate to invite a black queen. And when I say royalty, her family is FBA royalty. You thought inviting her there to be a presenter and disrespecting her family was the right way to go. Yeah. In the words of our sister Bad 72, he got too comfortable. He got too comfortable. I don't know why people think that the Jacksons take any type of mess. These folks are black. Blacker than blackest blackness. Gary, Indiana black. You don't think that they talk, move, and rock in that energy? You out your rabbit ass mind. Shout out to our brother Damon Reeves in the building. So I'm happy for Janet. I'm happy for everything she did and said. I got your back, my sister. I stand with you. I told you I don't even watch BET, so I ain't got to sit here and say I won't be watching the BET Awards no more. And this is why. This is one of the reasons why I haven't watched BET in over 20 years. Shout out to our sister Tiffany. She said Drusky doesn't love or honor our lineage, and I'm in agreement with you 100% fold. Shout out to Delaney. She says, why do they think the Jacksons are soft? Their father made them strong. I want to remind y'all of something you probably never saw before. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But I'm about to play this clip of Michael Jackson. It's a compilation clip of Michael Jackson irritated, annoyed, pissed off, if you will. Let's go here.
Too many people around the house that can't get us in.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll get in. They got to do their job. Tell them to stop. We have time scheduled. They're gonna blow the whole thing now. Okay, now. No, I'm not playing. I'm gonna turn around and go back. No, you gotta let it simmer. We've got a moment where it has to simmer.
That's right. Because can't nobody hear what you need to hear. Some people might not want to have that piece.
I want it the way I wrote it. The way it hears it. Wait, so wherever the record's doing, that's how it sounds.
Yeah, that's what it's going to sound like. You gotta get closer to what you want. Then if you want to hear a little more booty on something, you know what I'm saying?
I'm screaming because you're not here.
He's like totally consistent. He'll never say one day, take this part out. The next day, where is that part? He'll never do that. He's totally consistent. So it's like, all you gotta do is get chosen. You have Blast working with him. Work with him a long time.
Why Mike go into this? Like, I know this nigga did not just cut me off mid-sentence. I know this nigga did not just cut me off mid-sentence. You don't know who I am, do you? Oh, family, that just sent me for a loop. Let's go.
Wonderful, innovative, great music. The chemistry works. Be wonderful. I like to take sounds and put them on the microscope and just talk about how we want to manipulate the character of it.
That last one was hilarious to me too. This, if you guys don't know, this is when he was having issues with the sound engineer when he was singing I Just Can't Stop Loving You. And he was telling him to fix it basically mid-song. And then when it wasn't getting fixed, Mike goes out and he says, "Your job's gone. Brad, what are you going to do? Job gone." So Michael was basically firing the nigga on stage while he in the middle of a damn song.
Hey, Jenny. You wanna be starting something? They got to be starting something. You know you really got to take me down. Don't stand on it. I'm just gonna watch. You can't eat the baby. This don't have a family. And if you just believe, there's no way we can fall. If you just believe, there's no way we can fall. When you're down and out, there seems no hope at all. But if you just believe, there's no way we can fall. That's why.
I sang a couple of them out of tune just to see if anybody would notice.
How close are you?
I don't know, pretty close.
Like this? Or can you see chest?
I can see right about where your Nike is.
What a short back up. Ah, do it. Like this. That's how you back up.
I'll be there.
Yeah, Michael Jackson. That was Disney Quincy Jones and Michael Jackson.
I've always liked her. I never said this. I always had a crush on her. You did? Yes.
Gonna do the twist in the ball. No way. Whenever I see the boys and girls doing those new dances, my back automatically goes out on me. Huh? I said when I dig those dudes and chicks doing the hat, I get a crack in my sacroiliac. Right on. It's like I'm still working on the twist. It's not all that hard.
And when we feel happy in a special sort of way, sometimes I think I'm lucky to have a special brother because that makes me special too.
Family, I also wanted to show you that, not just to show you the gangstified gangsterism with Mike. I also wanted to show you that to prove another point. There is something, or somebody started, I don't know, I think it was a Twitter post that said Michael Jackson's only flaw is that he was a Black American. No, Michael Jackson's only flaw was he was too trusting of all you other people. That was his biggest flaw. And his only flaw. He was too trusting of people who was not Black American. So when I see Janet standing on her square about her brother and about her family, about her dad, mwah, chef's kiss. And I stand with her. I stand with the family. I hope BET gets sued out of existence. And I hope that we don't ever see Drewski doing no dumb stuff like that ever again. That's it. The family, with that being said, I'd like to thank you all for rocking with me on this Sunday. We had another revival here today, ain't it? But it is a Jubilee day, so you know it would be a good day to have a revival. The family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for spending this time with me, my mods, my members, my patrons, everybody that donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anywhere else. Let me say this in closing. Michael Jackson is Michael Jackson because he's a Black American. Janet Jackson is Janet Jackson because she's a Black American. The Jackson 5 is the Jackson 5 because they're Black Americans, and Joe Jackson was the Black American that made it all happen. There were so many people agreeing with the nonsense that was being said, talking about Michael Jackson's only flaw is that he's a Black American. That shows you, and that shows us, that you never really loved Michael Jackson. You just loved his celebrity. You loved him because he was the biggest star in the world, not for who he is, not for the music that he makes, but because he's the biggest star in the world. Shout out to our sister Brooke. You know what? I don't know the exact person that said it. I can look it up and I'll send it to you. I'll DM it to you. But Michael Jackson was special because he was foundational Black American. And we appreciated him because we know everything he'd been through. We know everything the family been through. Mike was special because he had a heart that you could not find anywhere but within a foundational Black American. And I know that. I could definitively say that. You know how I know that? Do you know how I could definitively say that? Because everybody that comes around us is trying to use us. Everybody that comes around us is trying to take from us. In the very same way, everybody that was going around Michael wanted to use Michael, wanted to take away from Michael when they wasn't FBA. And even some FBAs like Oprah with her punk ass. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow too. The disrespect Oprah had and the statement that she made about our sister, our queen sister, another royal, Whitney Houston. I'm going to get on her big back beluga looking ass too. But I digress. I'm going to see. That's why I didn't put those two in the same damn place today. Because I'd have been going off already again. So let me calm it down. We're gonna end this off, family. But Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, they're special. But they're special because they're foundational Black Americans. Nobody has as much love, generosity, or the pure want inside of them to do the things that Michael did and to do and fight for the things that we do and fight for. And if you ask me, that right there shows clearly that we are the only, undoubtedly, Americans. With that being said, much love to each and every one of you. Stay safe. Stay Black. And most importantly, stay what these tethers hate the most. Stay foundational. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us Black people. He's doing everything in the world to make Black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us Black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm off.